Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero-emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derek Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derek Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point. I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design is holding us back. It's become mechanical, a series of conflicting checklists and linear conventions, components of production cycles. We don't always think about design as coming from within, as inherent to our species, the human. So today I will discuss 5 immersive design considerations for the metaverse outside of these technical checklists and processes. These are considerations that are a little more qualitative, sometimes a little harder to wrap our minds around and transfer that knowledge into meaningful action. These are the things that impact our decision making and the world we live in, whether we realize it or not. And when we make this connection more mainstream, I truly believe that we can evolve the world by pioneering what artistic but responsible, immersive design looks and feels like, and what the metaverse should evolve to become and to include. My name is Natasha Rapsat, and I am an experienced designer, strategist, multi-dimensional being, an explorer traveling to see the bones of the world and to learn for the future of humanity. I have medium brown skin and dark hair that is pulled back. I'm wearing a black shirt, red lipstick. Before we get into the considerations, let's discuss immersive design for common understanding. Feel free to leave comments or questions. I will do my best to answer. Thank you for joining me today.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the Brand and Beauty Ambassador for the Geniuses Common Movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the Brand and Beauty Ambassador for the Geniuses Common Movement. My genius is common.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Lex Sales. I'm your business moderator this afternoon for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders throughout the world and worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Mr. Gary Thompson, now serves as Director of Project Business Development and Innovation for Global Capital Inc. in Pitch Deck 101. Over the last 15 years, he's pursued a career in real estate investment. To date, he has his eyes set on a career in real estate as a real estate investor in the private equity investments. He recently registered Global Capital Inc. that intends to provide joint venture partnerships, private equity investments, service to members of the private sector. Global Inc. Incorporated currently provides services in 1, corporate debt management, corporate wealth management, personal debt management, personal wealth management. In the future, GCI intends to carry portfolios like assets management and private equity investments. Mr. Thompson believes that the right types of small businesses have tremendous growth potential once given the right support. They can be scaled to have significant impact on economic transformation. I present to you Mr. Gary Thompson of Pitch Deck 101.
Hi, Lexel. How are you? Great to be here, and thanks for that warm introduction.
You're welcome. Thank you. We definitely look forward to hearing from you in Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
You got it. All right, I want to say hello to your audience who is viewing this program, Black Business Network from across the world. Today, I want to do a deep dive into a particular issue that many rising stars in businesses struggle with. Today, we see 20% of business startups fail in the first year. We see 50% fail by year 5. And we see only 10% survive after the 10-year life cycle. We at Pitch Deck 101 LLC, Global Capital Inc., and 10X B&M LLC, we decided to do a deep dive after many years of looking at these statistics, and that is to identify those reasons why many businesses are failing. And what we have seen was no surprise. However, just to highlight some of the challenges that we are seeing with small businesses today, they struggle to access critical human resources to move their vision forward. They struggle to access technical resources to move their business ideas forward, and they struggle to access the much needed capital to move their vision forward. Now, in spite of the fact that know that they're struggling to access capital, the strange thing about it is that there are many financial instruments that is available. In fact, if you talk with private equity investors, you will realize that they have billions of dollars available in dry powder. And what do I mean by dry powder? It means that there are private equity investors who have capital that they want to invest now into businesses. They have the disposable income. They have monies that are sitting to invest in the right business. Now, the right business is what they're looking for. And what happens sometimes, we see that many businesses get started and you believe by just registering your business with the Secretary of State, you have arrived. But there are many more steps that you need to understand and cover in setting up your business in the right way. For example, in setting up your business, to set up the business to be fundable, it's not only about the Secretary of State. You need to ensure that you're registered with DNB and you want to be certain that you have a PAYDEX score. You want to ensure that you have your 411 listing. You want to be certain that you have your SIC code, which is your standard industrial classification code. And again, we're seeing so many businesses are starting and you have never heard about the SIC code. You have never heard about the NACE code. And to set the business up properly, it is vital that you understand everything that I'm talking about. What we have done to help rising stars in business to navigate some of the rough terrains of doing business, we have just released this book titled Master the Sales Communication Process. It's a 9-volume book. We have only released 3 volumes. And to get access to this book that's going to help you to understand how to bootstrap to success, you can go to our website, which is pitch deck, PITCH dash in the center 101.com. When you go to shopping, you can press on the link books, and the books will be there so you can learn more about how to bootstrap your way to success, because capital is available. Now, what I'm going to do today, I'm going to spend some time also walking you through some techniques that can be useful to you in your startup strategies and in bootstrapping your way to success. So with the time available to me, I'm going to try to cover a number of topics. I will look at a concept that we call trade lines. I will help you to understand definition of trade lines. I will talk to you how to apply trade lines. We will look at some benefits of trade lines. And then at the end, I will have a call to action, time permit. Now, you would have heard me say at the beginning of this program that there's no shortage of capital. And by that, what I mean, there is debt financial instruments, there is equity capital, there is creative financing, there is hard money lending, there is credit capital. So there are various types of financial instruments. And as a rising star in business, you owe it to yourself to take the time to understand these type of financial instruments. Or if you don't have the time to learn them, at least Members of your strategic, tactical, and operational team should have this body of knowledge, because this is what's going to help you to get past the challenges that most rising stars in business go through when it comes to accessing capital. In the absence of capital, you can't hire the right people. In the absence of capital, you can invest in visibility. If you're not invested in visibility, you don't reach your ideal clients, you don't make impact, you're not able to optimize your business potential to cash flow. You're not able to build confidence, trust, and credibility in the eyes of the public. You need money to help you accomplish all of this. So what I'm going to walk you through today is some strategic approaches that you can start to use to position yourself to start to access capital to move your vision forward. So the first concept that I want to talk about here today is trade line. What exactly is trade line? Now, trade line, there are three tiers to trade line. There is vendor credit, there is store credit, and then there is cash credit. But let me explain this further for those rising stars in business who need the much needed cash, the much needed capital to move their vision forward. Just before I get to this, I want to also emphasize this. Some of the top 100 companies in the world, they are leveraging trade lines, or at some point of the life of their business, they have been leveraging trade lines. For example, you have Walmart, and they have over 500 trade lines. You can leverage trade line either from your FICO, or you can leverage trade line from the business. Let's do a deep dive into this. Trade line, vendor trade line means that you are identifying vendors that may be aligned to the type of business that you want to get into. So let's take, for example, you want to do computer sales, or you want to do furniture. So you want to help new owners of homes to get new furnishing for their homes. This is the type of business that you perhaps see yourself doing. But you don't have the money to start this process. Money is not a challenge to you when you understand what is the vendor trade lines. Because with vendor trade lines, you're now able to go to companies like Target, like Walmart, like these various type of companies, and you're able now to take out what we call net 30, net 60, net 90. What this means is that they will open a line of credit to you. The line of credit can be $5,000, $10,000, $20,000. The beauty about it is if one company gives you $20,000 and you have 5 companies doing this, immediately you have access to 100,000 in trade lines. If you have 10 companies that are doing this, you have $200,000 in trade lines that you can now use to access the products that you now want to resell. So these are hacks that you can use in bootstrapping your ways to success. The beauty about doing all of this also is that once you have the trade line, you can now also take all the goods the vendors have, and perhaps you can build out an e-commerce website, and you're driving traffic to your website, and you're having persons making their purchase. And guess what? Immediately you're able to leverage your line of credit to access those products and ship it off without paying a dime before that process begins. So there are smart ways in which you can get into business. There are smart ways in which you could cash flow optimize and position yourself to come into your greatness with business. So the beauty about leveraging trade lines is that whether it's a net 30, 60, or 90, for the life cycle of this trade line, meaning 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days, once you're able to access the funding within this period and pay it back by the end of the date, you have zero interest to pay on this line of credit. Now, you can't do this with a bank, because if you go for a bank loan, from the time that you take a bank loan, it starts to accrue interest. All right. And you have to start preparing to pay those interests. In fact, the way it is set that sometimes you have to pay a percentage down. They may ask you for a 5% equity or a 10% equity or a 20% equity before the funds is released to you. In terms of trade line, you're excused from finding the upfront capital before you access capital, and it gives you tremendous leverage. Now, with trade line, it means that you have to use your line of credit at the vendor. At the vendor. Some may want to say that's a disadvantage, but I want you to see the advantage. All right, the advantage. The advantage here is that you're able now to access thousands of dollars in line of credit that you can now leverage to outfit either your physical space storefront or your online storefront with goods that the public can buy. And as you quickly resell this, you're generating income for the business. All right, massive amount of income you can also generate. As time progresses, get the book. I want to encourage you to get the book, and the book will fill some of the gaps that I'm not able to fill today because of the time allotted to me to speak to you. So get the book, Master the Sales Communication Process. Go to that website, pitchdeck-101.com. Look at shopping, go to books, and make sure you get a copy of the book, Master the Sales Communication Process. There's 3 volumes there. Just get your hands on that. So we're talking about trade line. So with trade line, the vendor credit, your line of credit must be invested with the store. Now, this is a process that we can set up for you in less than an hour. We have our experts in a couple of, half an hour, we're able to set you up to get these trade lines. We can help you also to get multiple trade lines. You go to the website also, you would see on my website, we have a number of those vendors who are there, and they're also ready to support you to access the funding that you need. So let's talk about another vendor. There's what we call vendor credit, but then there's also store credit. And store credit comes with added benefits, because with store credit, you are now able to access a line of credit, might be $5,000, $10,000. You duplicate this, it can amount to $500,000 or $1 million. It's possible. It's possible. The beauty about this store credit is that you have options now. It means that you are now eligible to spend money at the vendor, but because they're now going to allocate a credit card to you, you are now able to spend the monies outside of the store. So let us suppose that, yes, you want to outfit your virtual platform, your e-commerce or your physical store with these products, and you want additional cash, to do things in alignment with business. You will have this card that you can now leverage back into investing into the business overheads, into your operational expenses. So these are smart strategies and techniques that you can use to bootstrap your way to success. All right. Now, what I want to emphasize here, and the great book said, people perish because of the lack of knowledge. Why I'm doing this is because I want to help you to break free from perishing. If you don't have the information is out there. You either research the information or you get in contact with a consultant, get a mentor, get a coach, get a support community that is there to help you to move your vision forward. You don't have to do it all on your own. All right? Get a mentor, get a coach, get a supportive community that is going to cheer you on to success. The right mentor, the right coach, the right support community can save you stress, sleepless nights, and a lot of money. And they can accelerate your path to success. So let's get back to the trade line. With store credit, you're now able to spend money at the store, and you now have the card that you can spend those monies elsewhere. I'm telling you this because this is what we do all the time. We help businesses to access this. We can help you too. All right. So do not make I do not have access to capital an excuse any longer. Now, this hack that I'm giving you, in the event that, let us say, is not the type of business that you want to do, what if you use this method as a smart way of generating income? And you take the income and you now leverage the profit into exactly what you wanted to do. Because this is a field that you can make massive amounts of income once you know what you're doing. And we can help you with that. We have the expertise on hand that can help you with exactly what I'm talking about. So in starting your business and setting up your business the right way, one of the reasons that you're going to have difficulty accessing capital is because your business is not set up properly. Now, everything that I'm telling you here is going to help you to get what we call a healthy Paydex score. You're building up your business profile. Every single thing that I'm telling you here, once you set it up properly, is going to help you to now start to build a healthy business profile that is separate from your personal profile. And this is what funding agency is looking for. You see, when you go to a bank to access money and there's no business profile, the bank don't know anything about you. So they immediately put you at a high risk. And because you're high risk, several things happen. One, they're going to deny you access to capital. And two, if even you get capital, you're going to get capital at a high annual percentage rate, APR. So everything that I'm saying here to you is going to help you to navigate that process. Get the book so you have this information. I can't fill all the gaps here based on the time that I have. Now, the third tier of trade line is what we call the credit lines. This is now where you have passed the test with vendor credit. You have passed the test with store credit. You take the monies and you pay it back on time, and, you build up a healthy history there. So now that the financial institutions are looking at your profile and they're seeing that you have a healthy spending habit and a healthy payment habit, they now want to do business with you. So this open up doors now for you now to start accessing credit from American Express, from DV, from Chase Bank, and those are the financial institutions. You are now able to, get funding from credit unions and these types of stuff. So these are all hacks. Again, we're talking to so many rising stars in business that have never really taken the time to study credit union and the significant role that credit union can play in helping you through your bootstrapping process, through your bootstrapping experience, so your business startup phase. So these are important things for you to really take the time to learn, apply, and master. So moving forward, you are in a position of strength to start to access the much needed capital to move your vision forward. Now, let me also lay some groundwork here. What are the pre-qualifications to access trade lines? What I would say is that your ability to access trade line is the lowest hanging fruit when it comes to access to capital. And why do I say it is the lowest hanging fruit? I'm saying this because the pre-qualification criteria is minimal. As a US citizen, you just need your SSN. As a foreign national, you need your ITIN. Along with that, you're going for business. If you're doing this on the business side, you would need to have your EIN. And as you push negotiation, you need to also understand, a fixed address will help, a telephone number will help, but you also need to understand your SIC code and your NAICS code as you start to climb the ladder to access funding from the traditional financial institution, the bigger financial institution. You have now graduated vendor credit, store credit, and you're now coming into the real world now of finance. So this is a process that if you take the time to learn it, apply it, and master it, you can win. All right, you can win when it comes to accessing to capital. Now, there's a couple other things that I want to emphasize. It is one thing to access capital. So as you start to grow through your business startup and your bootstrapping phase, it's not enough to just understand trade lines. It's not enough to understand how to access it. One of the things that we emphasize a lot at Pitch Deck and Global Capital Inc. a lot is that you need to really take the time to understand financial instruments. And by that, it means that you must have a dynamic understanding of money and how money works, because you can get into a lot of trouble. And our role is to speak to you about these issues before the problem presents themselves, so you understand how to navigate the process. So what I'm going to talk about in the brief is some important steps that you want to learn and you want to apply and you want to master, or ensure that someone in your team understand this. And why am I saying this? Because again, we see many rising stars in business. You take a capital, all right, and then it becomes a bad debt. It becomes a bad debt because before you get the capital, you know you want the capital to do this. But now that you get the capital, every single thing else that is not supposed to be your focus is what you're focusing on. So that debt becomes a liability. And when it becomes a liability, it starts to affect you. First of all, it starts to affect your FICO score because you're paying late, you're not paying on time, you're not paying at all. So it starts to hit your FICO score and you start to get derogatory marks. And when you start to get derogatory marks, it starts now to undermine your chances to access capital. You know, to start to, it is important to have a healthy FICO. You need to have 680 and above. There are many persons that we're trying to help to navigate the bootstrapping process. But because, again, you're leveraging your FICO at a personal level, and the nature of business sometimes dictates that things will go wrong. And when things go wrong, you cannot reach your payment deadline. And when you do not reach your payment deadline, the credit facility raises a red flag, and it starts to hammer and damage your FICO score. And that, in a sense, undermines your chance now to start accessing, capital. Our advice is that you want to build up a healthy FICO score. At the same time you're doing this, you want to build up a healthy paydex score. And as fast as you get your paydex score up, you want to try as hard as possible to stop using your FICO if it's going to hurt you, and use your paydex. The business can stand on its own, and the business can be built out in such a way that the business now can access funding because the business now has its legal identity. As an LLC, as an S Corp, as a C Corp, the business has its identity. And that now can be leveraged now to help you to access capital. And the business side of things, you will be able to access significant more capital through the business side. But let me deviate from this just a little bit, because I want to really help you to understand financial instruments here a little bit. As you start to graduate through the vendor side, what's next? It's important for you to understand financial instruments, because each financial instrument have their own advantages and disadvantages. And if you don't know this, you're vulnerable. You're vulnerable to paying higher interest rate, paying more than you shouldn't, and all of that. All right? Undermining your business potential to increase its profitability because you do not know how to navigate financial instruments. So I'm going to go through a couple of things here. It's one thing to access capital. It's quite another to leverage capital in a smart way. to ensure that as you leverage capital, it is income producing assets and not a liability. Only yesterday, I had a healthy conversation with my son. We went to town to purchase a new computer. And we having the conversation, are we purchasing this computer as an asset or as a liability? He said, no, this is an asset because this computer will be used to generate graphic designs. It will be used to generate video content. It will be used to support in social media management. So it's going to cash flow. And this is how you have to be thinking. You're not buying a computer as a liability. And very often you take a debt and the debt becomes a liability because you're making an emotional decision. In business, you want to know that you're making a business decision. What is the difference between assets and liability? So when you take a debt, you must have a clear mental picture as to how to leverage this into income producing assets. You want to know this. So it's not enough to know I want to access and you're accessing. You need to understand smart capital leverage, because if you do not understand smart capital leverage, you could end up buying a bad debt. Again, this is one of the reasons, and all of this is in the book. In making any business decision, you want to make those decisions based on data. There are many rising stars in business that are starting a business, and you make that decision to start based on emotion, not on data. And what do I mean by this? Very often when we talk to our clients, we ask who you're targeting. Everybody, practically impossible. What's the size of your market? I don't know. So if you don't know the size of your market, you don't know the potential of your market to cash flow. That means you're guessing. You might be expecting to cash flow $1 million, but the market that you're in can only cash flow $20. But you don't know that because you're emotionally involved. Competition is not allowing you to get in. The market realities is not allowing you to position your MVO, your minimum viable offer, in front of your minimum viable MVTM, your minimum viable target market, so you can cash flow maximize because you're making an emotional decision. So we talk about a concept about research. You want to know who's your ideal client. You want to know their pain points. You want to know the size of your market. You want to know how to access your target market. You want to know that your minimum viable offer, most viable offer, is reaching an immediate and urgent need. You want to know that your ideal client, they have the ability and willingness to invest in you. Many businesses, you can't answer this. Rising stars in business. And this is one of the reasons why we're seeing 20% fail in the first year, 50% fail by year 5, and only 10% survive after the 10-year life cycle. Because when you take money and you don't have this information, it becomes a liability and not an asset. Our role is to ensure that you have the kind of information so you can make better business decisions. So we look at 3 things so far: financial capital portfolios, how to access smart capital leverage. Now, there's another concept that I want to talk about, and I want to talk about debt mitigation, because these are all ways in which you can bootstrap your way to success. You can reduce your cost of capital when you understand how to mitigate debt. And let me give you an example of what I mean by debt mitigation. Now, let us suppose that you take a debt of $100,000. The life cycle of this debt is 30 years. The APR, or annual percentage rate, is 10%. What does this say to you in financial terms? These 3 things: the principal balance, $100,000, the life cycle, 30 years, the APR, 10%. In financial term, what is it saying to you? And many of the rising stars in business that we're interfacing with, they are not able to make these type of calculation. But let me explain this to you. A $100,000 in principal balance, interest rate of 10% over a life cycle of 30 years means that your debt cost is $200,000. Your principal balance is $100,000. That's the money that you're borrowing, but the cost for the capital is $200,000. I'm not here to say if this is good or bad. You're accessing capital, you're leveraging. The important thing for you to know here, one of the important things for you to know here, is how to optimize this debt above the cost that you're going to pay for that capital over the life cycle of that debt. If not, it becomes a bad debt. That's one. The other thing that you need to understand is how to manage your life cycle, because if you're able to reduce the life cycle, you by default, you will understand something about reducing the cost of capital. What if you're now able to reduce the cost of capital from $200,000 to $100,000, so you have $100,000 savings over this life cycle? How much can you do with $100,000? $100,000 multiplied by, that is split by 5, can perhaps give you an opportunity to invest in additional income producing assets because you have a savings. 100,000 savings is more money that you can leverage into the business or into other positive income streams. So understanding debt mitigation is part of the financial management ecosystem that you need to understand, learn, apply, and master. If you don't know it, it makes sense to ensure that you have a financial expert on your side that can help you navigate this process. So you're able to reduce the cost of capital, free up more capital for your business, free up more capital for smart investment, and you can smile on your way to the back because your business is now more successful. So you're bootstrapping your way all the way up because you understand financial instrument. But once you break through this bootstrapping process, you understand smart capital leverage, you understand smart capital, mitigation. And throughout this entire cycle, you can save money, you can make money, and there's an opportunity to leverage money to grow your business even faster. So I trust that these nuggets that I've left with you here today, it is really jerking you to move in the right direction. Again, it's no harm if you don't have all of this body of knowledge, because it takes experts many, many years to get this body of knowledge and to help you to learn and apply it. So you don't feel any way if you don't have this body of knowledge. But guess what? I want you to feel bad if you don't have it and you're not taking steps to build healthy, productive relationship with mentors, the right coach, the right supportive community that can help you understand this business ecosystem and help you to fast track your path to success. All right? You can fast track your path to success by having great mentors on your side. So
all right,
Lex, all to you, my friend.
Yes, man. That was great information, man. We got a lot of knowledge from what you just said, and definitely look forward to seeing you again. And what's the best way for people to contact you? Social media or website?
Yes, we have the website, which is pitch deck, PITCHDECK dash in the center 101.com. If you go to that website, you will be able to make contact with me. The social media links is there. Once you get to the website, you can navigate it and you can definitely find me and our team.
Definitely. Again, everybody, thank you, Mr. Gary Thompson, for that great information. And again, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Okay, my friend. Take care.
Thank you. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going through college, K through 12th grade entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on your screen below. $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We'd like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shanty Global, Executive Woman Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
you guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek, modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derrick Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
You know how a lot of people say that being successful is a great thing? Well, it really is. Yet having a successful mindset is the thing that propels people to their ultimate success. Now, many of us get stagnated. So, have you been stagnated and stuck from realizing your dreams because of fears and uncertainties and your mind telling you what if, and you never move into action? Well, you don't have to be stuck anymore. You can break free from the mind's default framework of backing down and freezing on the track to success. When doubts and difficulties arise, I've got something for you. It's called Harnessing Your Thoughts, Take the Reins, Control Your Life and Win. And this new book is going to help you to cultivate critical thinking skills and harness those thoughts that you need to take back your control of everyday situations and win. So come and get your book on Amazon July 4th, 2023. It's coming to you to help you enhance your mindset like never before. This powerful book is going to give you the strategies, tips, and tools that you need to really harness your thoughts, take the reins, control your life, because it's time for you to win.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
When you feel like you're about to hate yourself, love someone. And when you feel like you're about to hate someone, love yourself. And when you feel like it's the end of the world, breathe and remember that you have to go inhale in order to exhale deep. Like a person who thinks too much. I thought about the word genius and thought, genie in us. Then I thought, if there's a genie, then there must be wishes. So I made a wish upon my genius and became inspired to write a piece about war and the way that it destroys worlds. Boys and girls weeping over spirits no longer married to the corpses that carried them as child. Laughing, funny. How air forces its way back in even when we just want to exhale. Well, I didn't finish that poem. Cause I'm a firm believer in oneness. So no matter how much I disliked the military, I kept coming to the conclusion that all the soldiers in the army are me. So I went back to my genie and I made another wish. I wished for words that would uplift. The genie sent me poems that sounded more like spaceships, cause you know we've been working this great shit and we ain't made shit. I wished we could fly us a spaceship that fly so high that we no longer need to exhale, cause we in heaven. Fly so far and so fast into outer space that we end up turning into energy. G for genius, for genie, for magic, as you are, as you were, and as you always will be, made of the same star that you see as far, but in fact so close enough for us to shoot for, cause Lord knows we need something to shoot for, cause too often we are shot at. We gotta pay attention, to buy time, to train ourselves to shoot back, not like bullets, but like stars. Make wishes on the genie that you are, the genie in us, the genius in you, the only person on this earth smart enough to make the dreams that you hope for come true.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Horn Slit Bar, a bar located in the heart of Aarhus City. Come on, let's go inside.
All right, here we go. Miller in motion. Wait, is that a baby on the field?
It looks like it, Craig.
And the defensive linemen are playing peekaboo. I've never seen anything like that before.
Harris now appears to be burping the baby.
That's a great moment right there.
Ref going to the rule book here.
Well, wait a minute. Harris is off to the races.
We don't need any more trick plays.
Touchdown!
But we could all use more ways to save.
Are you kidding me? Welcome, baby. We're so glad you're here. Meeting Earth. And with your parents, we'll help you get the hang of things in this crazy world. Huggies, we got you, baby. Football? It'll make sense later. The Therapeutic Play Foundation, a nonprofit 501c3 organization, is dedicated to addressing the stigma around Black mental health in order to improve overall health outcomes for persons of Black heritage. Our documentary film series, Black Mental Health, Changing the Narrative, will continue outreach toward improving Black wellness.
A fantastic marching band, national champions, and a real delight. Free Bird! See and hear perform. Free Bird! I don't think they're taking you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Lex Sales. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon's Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business networking showcasing Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Mark Neely, the voice of the Black Business Expo commercial. Awesome. During the sales career, Mark worked as an extra for Matrix Revolution, design scenes in San Francisco. He began working as a voice artist and quickly won parts in films, TV commercials, national, international, voiced for many corporate brands, Super Bowl ads, audiobooks, video games, projects, movie star duplications in films. With a 17-year career, Mark has found success in every branch of voice acting and is heard somewhere around the world every day. Goals now are to pass that knowledge to young people and those wanting to advance at this wonderful art. I present to you Mr. Mark Neely.
Mr. Sales, what a last name, man.
Thank you.
I mean, you could go far with just saying who you are. I love that. Thank you for that introduction. I really appreciate it.
No problem. I'm definitely gonna have to holler at you, man. Definitely.
Yeah, anytime. I'll buy something for you, Mr. Sales. Definitely.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Hey, hold on. I'm on the phone here with Superwoman Business Service. Yeah, Superwoman. Yeah, I heard how fantastic you are, and I want to work with you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard the commercial she had, and I don't know who was the voice for that, but Superwoman Business. Yeah. It's just, I'm honored. Thank you, everybody. I had to put this on today. This is I think it's my fourth time, and I'm honored that Dr. Kelly has given me some space to be able to talk to everybody about what I do and translate to I think what can help some of the work that you do, everybody does in businesses. But again, through Bruce George, I think I met Dr. Kelly, and we've had a relationship with these past couple of years that I'm very honored by, appreciative of. And today I will had a lot of things I was thinking about. I'm just going to relay what it takes to do what I do and not be so modest about how I've had a chance to have some success and blessed in that way. As Mr. Sales was talking about, there's so many things that go into what happens, but I was just fascinated by the pre-pictures of the magazine pictures of people. There's so many great people that do this work. And Dr. Kelly's doing something that I think is going to push what we know as there's 6 hours. When you spend something in a Black community, it circulates. The average has been 6 hours before it leaves the community. And we know in other communities that they stay there sometimes for days and weeks. We're moving that dial, I think, by one of the things that Black Business Expo is doing. And the people that are part of this, that get a chance to speak and talk to people directly like this, are part of that. And I like to think I'm part of that too, as the message says, as he had me say, is we all are Black business, and we want to respect that and do the best we can to represent what we do. So what I do is what you hear. I'm around the world somewhere every day, and I've worked hard for that. But at the same time, there's some steps to make sure you get to that place. The main one is not to give up. What I do every day is called voiceover, but it's truly voice acting. And it's representing the best of whatever business or client or product that I'm talking about. And before I even get to that place, just understanding what business communication is. Everybody you saw with the magazine covers and everybody who's speaking, everyone you hear has a clear, thoughtful, precise, passionate, authentic message that they can be understood by you and somebody else in the world. And that basic business communication is so essential. I don't care what kind of product you have. If you have something that's going to change the world and you go to a venture capitalist or you go somewhere to try to present it like Mr. Sales is doing with that last name, and you're not understood, you've defeated your own efforts to put a product forward. Everyone, I don't care what that might be, is starting from a communication standpoint. Is it clear? Am I understood? Does it get the point across? Can I understand and listen and translate back to that person, which is what I do. I'm very struck by the basic not language that people have. And I know in our community, we love to just be ourselves and have fun and so forth. But I think there's a cancer. And sometimes maybe it's just something I'm getting older, but I'm really struck by all the, you know what I'm saying? And, I think there's a vocal cancer right now when everyone says right after what they say. And that's a copying of what people typically do. And I like to just hopefully strike down some of those things. We want to be understood. You know what I'm saying? Is just a phrase that we've gotten into it. But let's be understood by just saying what we need to say, speaking slowly. There's no need to be able to rush it, but your message is being able to get your product out in the market, the way you speak and what you do. That's what I'm going to say for that. I'm going to talk about a little something to talk about what I do, play some demos of what it takes to market myself. And before I even get to that, my website is markneelymedia.com. Very easy. You see my name there, markneelymedia.com. You can see what I do, some of the commercials as they played. Dr. Kelly played some of the things I do on screen. I'm more just working with this microphone more every day from sun up, sundown. So I'm in my studio, in my garage, and it's a soundproof system where it's got sound panels above me, below me on each side. And I've got messages of positive reinforcement all around me. Right behind here, you see some theaters. So my next real goal that I've set for myself, in addition to some of the things I've had an opportunity to do, the Super Bowl commercials and the rest, is to be the Oscar voice. Recently, the last 3 Oscars, Academy Awards 4, have been 3 people of color, women of color. And that's been a change that has happened in our industry. It's a long past due. And that's one of my goals. When I first started this work, this is what I wanted to do. So the pictures are up there, and it's just a reinforcement of how anything I think you want to have happen in your life, you push forward that way by writing it down, reinforcements of messages and positive things that in your view, you have that magic to make that happen. So that's the beginning of how I tend to work. As I said, Mr. Sales was saying, I got into this work in mid-age. Yeah. I didn't start out this way. I thought everybody you got in college, you did your job. My first job out of college was Dow Chemical, working in the oil fields. And I didn't really know what else to do. I got a chance to get in a program from family members was at Dow Chemical. And I thought I got a business card. I was on my way. But little did I know, all of these companies could give you 15 minutes to get out. And I worked for maybe 20 years just with corporations, and I ended up in California working in aerospace. And I was on a plane 2 weeks of every month going to maintenance repair centers, working with the Uniteds, the Airbuses, the people that put together fly planes, the airlines. But I sold the film and insulation in the frames of planes. I did some work at NASA and so forth. And it got to a point where I couldn't do it anymore. I was on a plane too much and only Black person in meetings. And I just felt like I really wanted to do what I wanted to do. And I saw an ad in the San Francisco Chronicle about a voiceover class, $25, voice one. And lady's name is Elaine Clark. And I went and saw her, and I found something I connected. That's it. Because I've played all my life with the national DJ. What's up, everybody? Come on, Daddy. I've done that for years at the parties, DJ and so forth. But it struck me that this was part of me, and I wanted to really do that. Did I know how to? Not really. I took the classes and understood what it was about. But until I had some roadblocks, which is, you won't say just failure, but just because I wasn't giving up, but it just wasn't working. And why wasn't it working? I was not speaking as myself. I wasn't doing the things with auditions, which we'll get into, that really gave an authenticity to how I speak. Now, you've heard me do the Black business things. You're not hearing a perfect speech from me. It's me. But I hope I'm doing something positive, like Superwoman, that sells who she is and speaks to the people listening. So that's what I learned over time through not making it. I think one year I made $25, but I wasn't giving up. Even though I was still in a full-time job doing some of the things. The relationships I started helped me get to that one. I said, this isn't working. Let me just try something, because I really wanted to not be the person who went, hey, man, come on down to McDonald's, baby. Get your hamburgers. Black folks don't come up breakdancing at the counter at McDonald's. We're normal. We do this normally. But I did not want to be that voice. But I didn't have to be a stereotypical voice. I just needed to be have some authenticity about it. And when it started to happen that way, I understood how to really get to that place. But the ages and so forth, it began to crystallize. It began to happen. So after that background of doing that work, I got to get to a place where I did some commercials and so forth. But the beginning of how this all works is you need to take the classes, understand what's happening, and start to form relationships. We're in a wonderful place now where you got LinkedIn, you got people that you can even Google, voiceover people. And there's some wonderful examples out there, Black voices that automatically you think of James Earl, you think of Trey Mosley, you think of Keith David, Keisha, she just did the Tonys. There's so many, Portia Q. There's so many great examples of people. And for voiceover folks, we are open and willing to, as I'm doing now, relay how it works, much more so than I think on-camera people. This is a business of being an actor, and to be able to tell the story and give the message in a way that people believe. So when I do this work every day, it's about seeing what the story is, telling that story, and getting it to the place where it's understood. And the client who's hiring me from here or in Europe, I just give you this week, I did some things in Europe for a barbershop opening in Denmark. What? Yeah. They wanted my voice, and people search me out around the world for those kind of things. I do African work. I do it all over the place in ways that sometimes shock me, but I know over these 17 years, it's coming to a place where the people believe that I can give them the message that they're after to sell their product. So at this point, it's pretty rigid in that way that you want to get into it, but you got to understand it's not about buying equipment or these microphones. This is expensive things around me that make it work so I can communicate to places all around the world, but understanding that you are the best piece of equipment. Your voice. You started with this voice. The way we talk to each other and how I'm talking to you now is the way that this is about. But you have to have a understanding of the music. All these scripts, all these messages that you're selling, Reese's, whatever, or Clorox. There's a music to how you give the examples of what they're against and what you should be for. All that it happens when you do take classes, but if you get to hear examples of what's going on, for instance, my agents, let me just start this way because I can't tell the whole story in this amount of time I have, but my particular agents have websites, and you want to go to those websites if you're interested in this work or have a desire to get to it. A lot of people say, well, I have a good voice, so let me just, I've heard so many of those. You do have a good voice, but can you tell the story? Are you an actor? Have you been in even little student films? That was one of my real beginnings, to learn how to talk to somebody and listen and relay that message back to them. So my main agent is CESD in Los Angeles and New York, and their website is cesdtalent.com, cesdtalent.com. There you can go and listen to some of the best voice actors in the world. And listening is the key, I think, to this work. If you can mimic it and hear how they're doing it, not just in an artificial stone way. All music. If you heard Isley Brothers and Michael Jackson, they're not singing one note the whole time. Neither do we. We are going up and down. We're having the questions. We're promoting the company at the right spots. We understand how it works. So you have to have a knowledge of how that works, but you can only do it if you listen. If you're playing the trumpet, you're going to go listen to Miles Davis and try to copy him. You're not going to copy him. You want to try to copy that person and understand how it works. And that's how it works in voiceover. But the relationships you gain through people like myself, people like you find on LinkedIn, there's thousands of people, but most of those people are there because it's so easy to get into. If you have one of these microphones. My first microphone was, some of y'all too young to know. It was a place called Radio Shack. It was too young to know, but I know what it is. And I bought a $35 microphone there, and I got my first national commercial with State Farm through the audition on that microphone. And some people think I need $1,000, $5,000. I mean, this one in front of me is $1,000. I got one over here for $2,000. But that didn't happen right away. But people think if they have the equipment, they're going to have an advantage over folks. The equipment is you. But because people get into this with a laptop, a microphone, some software, which is free. You can get it for free. And I'm on my way. Sure. But are you practicing in a way that you're understood? Can you get agents? Can you get people to help you understand how it works? The next level of how this does work, and I'm going to play some demos here, which I hadn't really done a lot of the times I've been here. But I want to do that because I think you need to know how important this is after you get a chance to understand how it works. Get in some classes, have some relationships. There's just some levels to get to. You're going to need to have not only the demos, but a website. And along with those places, the context. But I'm going to go down the list and explain what they mean. So the first one you really want to go after and learn is called a commercial demo. And there's some demo producers. I hold a class every week with young folks and people who are trying to get into this work. And one lady had rented out a studio in Los Angeles, which can be a couple $100 an hour. She's going to record herself. And I just said, please, don't do it. You don't know how this works. You need to have time to understand how to do a demo, how to do this work, which comes through classes by listening. Don't try to self-record what you think is a commercial, which we can just go listen to one and copy it. The mistakes, that's one of the mistakes I made in the beginning. There's no need for that. If you really can go find someone that does it and they're willing to share, you can learn so much. So here's the first one I'm going to play. This is a commercial, usually a minute long. So we're going to go through a minute. It's just a sample of some of my real things, but also produce things from the commercial producer and the agents who appreciate what they hear. And I'm hired directly from people hearing this, which is what the level of how you want to do it works. So here we go. Here's the commercial one.
Baby, hi. We're so glad you're here. Welcome to Earth, home to 8 billion humans who were also once babies. Huggies, we got you, baby. While you make your house a home, we'll make your home a nest. Nest. Welcome to the helpful home, the new species of soul. GT Line Turbo, X Line, and X Designer. Kia, give it everything. Down home, we call shrimp with cocktail sauce unfinished business. At churches, seafood season comes down home with our new garlic butter shrimp platter. Hard work transcends all obstacles. We are united through the grind. To train harder, go faster, be healthier. Under Armour. You know what? It's time to show your bank who's boss of your money. You. Or in my case, my wife.
Just like 5 more outfits to try on.
Sure thing, honey. Ally, do it right. Every day, thousands of people just like you provide care to those in need through the American Red Cross. Our generous donors, volunteers, and employees all share one mission, a mission of hope. Because blended is better in life and in Scotch. Chivas 12, blended Scotch whiskey.
Okay, that was the commercial demo. And again, it's on my website and people can go listen to it. But that's the first level of what you want to achieve. And you can only achieve something of that level by the classes, by a great producer. And there's an entry amount of money. That one probably cost me $1,800. Maybe even $2,000. I can't remember. But I gained that back fast because people listen to it, kids hear that I might be the voice for them. And most of this work is gained by having that opportunity. That's what an agent is about. The lady said, I lost a couple auditions. I said, listen, girl, I lose 10 before lunch. And it's not losing. I wasn't the right voice for that client at that time, but I did have the opportunity. Everything you hear and I see on TV, I almost auditioned for personally. I said, oh man, I know what happened. But I learned from that. And people hear me say, well, how'd you do that? But it's just about the opportunity to get it, understanding the music of the script and understanding putting your real authenticity to it. And that's a word I use all the time, because the realness of how you speak. And again, I'm honored by Dr. Kelly, who's put me on to announce Black, because I really do appreciate this work so much. The channel he's begun, Black Business Expo, and to be a voice in some of the videos is again a tremendous honor, because I know what it means to him and the other businesses to get a chance to promote themselves. And I just wanted to do something that was truly real. It didn't have to be perfect. Black Business Expo, that is not my brand. My brand is to give you what you heard and how it works. So that's me. You can have another way to do it. Commercial, that was that one. The next one I'm going to play is video games. And that's obviously that's a huge market. And most voiceover actually is done by private things, like what I did with Super Business, Super Women Business. Not all huge commercials on TV. Probably the biggest money profit place that makes so much more money is video games. These kids, I mean, I think each video game is $60. It's crazy. But I'm on several. I'm Final Fantasy. I'm the voice of some things there. Assassin's Creed. I mean, I'll sit there and yell for hours, but I love it. I love this work. And I think that's what all the people you see here, they're loving what they do. That's why they have an advantage over other businesses. If you're not true to what you're trying to get done, you're not going to see it in the result that you did it, or hear it, which is what my business is. It's all about getting heard. So here's the next thing. We can talk about other avenues of how this works, how we got in it. I mean, there's audiobooks, commercials, promo, which is you hear on NBC, or coming next on this channel, that kind of thing, or movie pro. I'll do a movie thing in a second. ADR, which is automatic digital replacement. You go to the studio, and in movies, I'll go to Paramount or Sony somewhere. In movies, all the sound is typically not caught when they're acting during the stage of filming. My last one I did was for the George Foreman movie. I replaced some of the phrases and sentences that they couldn't pick up from Forrest Whitaker. I can match his voice for that movie. I just was doing something for Kevin Hart, Snoop Dogg. I mean, it's being able to hear it and say it as they wish, and they'll put it in the movie. You won't even be able to tell. That's just another level of voiceover. So as I began to do, here is video games. It's a minute and a half, but I think it's valuable for you to hear. So again, those who are interested and those who want to do that. Again, I'm easy to find. Like Dion said, I ain't hard to find, nor are other people that do this work. But here's video games. Here we go.
Your family is gone, including your father. But he looks upon you still. Bring honor to his memory.
We are designed for higher pursuits, such as deep quantum philosophy and cross-dimensional metachemistry.
Ash, you have one too, don't you? Good. We're all in the same hunt.
I can smell your fear.
I will destroy you. Man, shit was cool before you and your friends showed up. So maybe it's time for you to get the f*** out of here.
Though it is considered to be a great honor to die in battle, if you survive to become an elder, you will be held in the highest regard.
I will kill you all. You should feel honored to die by my hands. You are very brave, or very stupid to come here. I think you'll find my blade gives me an edge.
Video games. So, I mean, you don't have to be, one of the other great things about this work, you don't have to look like those folks or be that age. I can be 20 or 90. But not all 90 years old. I don't know. Listen, hopefully we all get there. But it's about being able to act and give them what they want and play. Dr. Kelly and I were talking before I started. I said, listen, we both love this. It's about playing. It's not about having a stiff, correct voice. It's about playing and having fun. Again, that's my brand. I may not be able to pull off the voices that you hear from James Earl or, like I said, Trey Mosley or those folks. Trey plays too. He's a friend. But at the point I'm trying to make is you need to be able to do things that make you smile, and the listener's going to smile too. The knowledge of how to get this thing started, if you want to do it, and again, there's hundreds, there's thousands of people to do it, but most of the people that don't do this, they give up. I could have easily given up 10 years ago or whatever, but I was doing some but I've been full-time for a long time. And it is about the money. I make great money, but it's about what you love to do. If you're the best, listen, if you love selling hot dogs, be the very best person on the street to do that. And by the way, every business needs voiceover. That hot dog stand needs a voice. Their phone message, if they want to do this right, they go get somebody that tells that talks that. You've heard a message that man, turn it up Sunday morning and come on down and buy this. You've heard those. They need a professional voice to help them sell what they're selling. As you hear the people on the presentation these hours, there's no one that's giving you a speech that you can't understand or want to lean in and hear what they're really talking about. So every business needs one, from that hot dog salesperson on the street to IBM or whoever, Tesla, or whoever. They're putting it through. I'm going to play a couple more demos, but you need to understand one more thing. The top of this business is we've got a group called SOVAS, Society of Voice Artists and Sciences. Joan Baker, Rudy Gaskins. You need to know them. If you're into this work or want to find out more about it, they've created a organization that promotes voiceover. The Black folks, they're amazing, and they're at the top of this field when it comes to talking about what's going on. And they have events all the time. They have at the end of the year, they have a presentation where people get awards, which has not happened a couple of years ago in voiceover. It just it's not appreciated as much as people on camera, but it's a necessary one. Every movie trailer or whatever, most of them has somebody promoting that. And I think the Oscars should promote that too. That's the next one I'm going to play is movie trailers. That's something I'm hoping to get more into. But just like everything I've started is part of what my aspirations are. I'm working toward meeting people. I'm listening to people, how they do it. And more auditions are coming out my way. I've done a few films, but it's a select group. But I know I can be part of that group because I'm putting the effort in, my desire in, and I think I know I have a good demo, which I paid great money for, but it's also one of the top producers in the business. And it's my calling card, but it's also an ambition to get to that place where you will hear me on certain films for certain things. So here is the movie trailer one.
Critics are calling Accepted brilliant. A riveting doc that plays out like a grand tragedy. Brings us face to face with the myth of American meritocracy. I am somebody. Accepted. 7,000 musicians on 14 stages over 8 days. The music, the culture, the history. This could only happen in New Orleans. Jazz Fest, a New Orleans story. This summer, get ready to party for the first Juneteenth family comedy. Know what I'm saying? Can I get a witness? Say something, Sean. Block Party in theaters this summer. Coming soon. She's a medicine horse. It's time to heal, to live, and to believe the impossible. Adeline, coming soon to theaters. Born a slave, reborn a god. He must choose his destiny. Destroy the world or save it. I kneel before no one. Dwayne Johnson, Black Adam, only in theaters October 21st. This summer, they wanted him to be the guy the feds were looking for. So he pretended to be the guy until the guy showed up. I am the man from Toronto. Objection, I'm the man from Toronto. This is on you. Kevin Hart, Woody Harrelson, the man from Toronto. Rated PG-13.
Rated PG-13, y'all. Some of y'all can go in. Some of y'all can't. So that's movie. And I don't know how much more time I have, but I just wanted to give you some quick examples of things to get through to some of the agents, some of the buyers, clients, that is something that is a necessary part of what you want to have. This costs some money, as anything, any investment that you get into these businesses, but you if you believe it, you feel you have the aptitude, you have the connections, the relationships, like on this whole channel, and if you have the genius that is common, you can make it happen. I really do believe that there's certain words as manifestation, arrests, or affirmations. You can use any words you want, but the positive feeling you have when you do what you really love comes across, and not giving up, listening and learning, it makes that happen. I'm gonna play another one. Here's one. The other part of this is political. They had the midterms last year, and I had a bunch of ads that were around the nation. I do them all the time, even with we're not in election time, but there's certain events that come on and for not just Black candidates, but every major issues in California and so forth. I'll do those. My mind's jumping around because I won the brand for some hospital things. You just like with Huggies, I'll be the brand voice for that. Those opportunities are amazing. Every time, even if I get a tiny little job, I love getting up to this place and I can broadcast around the world. So political. Let's play that one and see much more what your thoughts are on this political.
A powerful leader for the people of Georgia, a champion of progressive rights, and a proud advocate for working families, Stacey Abrams. Together we can build a stronger, brighter future for all Georgians. Republicans in North Carolina know they can't win free and fair elections. 10 years ago, they drew a map so gerrymandered that they were ordered to redraw it twice. Don't let North Carolina Republicans steal your vote. For Californians experiencing homelessness, rising housing costs, unemployment, and a lack of resources are just a few of the issues fueling this crisis. But with your vote, Governor Gavin Newsom can continue the fight to end homelessness and give at-risk Californians the help they deserve. What do Republican representatives Andrew Clyde, Thomas Massey, and Chip Roy have in common? They all oppose the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. Surprised? Neither are we. Racists don't belong in our house. Kentucky needs bold, progressive leadership that will help unite our nation, not tear it further apart. Vote Charles Booker for U.S. Senate and give Kentucky the representation it deserves. A patient's room is way too small for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. It's time to unseat anti-abortion extremists in Congress and make sure that women of all backgrounds have access to life-saving health care and safe and legal abortions.
Yeah, this is one area that I really, really believe in. And it's not that I can believe in Clorox too, but it's about having a voice of what they need for that sales situation. This though, I'm not going to be able to be a voice of something I don't believe. It's just not going to work. I get Republican committee trying to get me to do voices for Black areas all the time. I won't take it. I just won't do it. And I just did one for Georgia and Governor, what he's doing down there. Now I forgot about the North Carolina thing, but though that the passion of an issue is something you cannot hide from me, and it works that way. So let's see one more. Let's see network promo. We're going to do that one real fast. And again, I think I've covered the basic areas that you can get into, but again, getting into this work is to find people that know it. Ask them questions, listen, learn. Every commercial that's on TV, somebody has had to go through hundreds, sometimes thousands of people to get that job. But most of the people that are auditioning are not giving the music of these pieces justice. They're just saying the words, but they're not giving what you heard, forget her last name, but Tony, when she was saying with the passion she has. It didn't have to be something correct or whatever, but it was. But she gave the passion. You gotta call her. She believes in what she's about. So that's what it is for political. And the last one I think I'm gonna play, I have time for, is network promo. And this is about some of the TV things that go on. Obviously, used to be 3 channels, but it's streaming now, so it's a lot of different places. But here's network promo.
When everything you love is taken away for something you didn't do, you fight back because truth is free, though. I will get myself home, and I will have my life again. For life, Tuesdays at 10, 9 Central on ABC. They became firefighters to help people. They stay firefighters because, damn, they look good in the uniform.
My guts hanging over my belt, my ass cracker showing, my pants are baggy. All is right with the world.
Tacoma FD. New season this March on True TV. Thursdays. Walking the line between street life and real life is the only way to make it in this world.
What? No, this is a great environment for you.
From executive producer Donald Glover, Atlanta, Thursdays on FX. CBS Wednesday. Are you ready for this? The first ever reality showdown between contestants from Survivor, Big Brother, and The Amazing Race.
I'm not a rookie at this.
The Amazing Race Reality Throwdown. CBS Wednesday. Out there, it isn't just about doing right. It's about making the hard call.
We've been doing this for a while, just helping people, and we haven't had a whole lot of luck.
Fear the Walking Dead. The new season, Sunday, August 11th on AMC. Saturday, July 11th. It's a clash for the UFC welterweight belt when a bare-knuckle backyard brawler takes aim at the Nigerian Nightmare.
Come up top and do something.
Jorge Masvidal, Kamaru Usman. Saturday, July 11th, live on UFC pay-per-view. Live on pay-per-view. Because I love that. I love that stuff. And again, I love getting to the place where I'm helping people now because I've been blessed to have a level of success. I'm not that well known, but I'm known enough that these people that do this work want to talk to me and use me. And I'm honored by that. And I'm honored to be here and talking to somebody like Mr. Sales.
Yeah. Appreciate it, man.
You're welcome, man. It's an honor. Thank you so much. And I hope that people got something from it. And if they want to reach out again, markneelymedia.com.
And I was about to ask you, what would you say as far as social media? Do you have a social media handle like Instagram?
Absolutely. Yeah, that is something that I did not mention. I don't have a huge Instagram page, and maybe it's my age, but I'm not going there. It's more LinkedIn and Twitter. Okay. And my own page to be able to do so. I'm not reporting on everything I do with pictures and so forth. But yes, that is an important place because so many casting people that do look, especially if you're going to do on camera work, they're looking for that. That's another business card. It doesn't have to be something silly, what I'm having for dinner here, but it's something that promotes talking about who you are as a business person that has some presence. But I would say that LinkedIn is my main place because it's direct business, and Twitter.
Gotcha.
And I'm doing very well that way. Yeah.
And one more time, what was the name of that group you were saying as the collective as a whole that's trying to help voice acting?
Yes, SOVAS. Society of Voice Arts and Sciences. They're located in New York. Okay. Joan Baker and Rudy Gaskins, they have an ad agency too, but wonderful, wonderful people. And they represent the whole voiceover community, but they happen to be Black. And they're open and have an ear to work with people, help and assist anyone who's very much just getting started. But this business comes down from them, at least in the knowledge of how to get it done and promoting this work. The people who have done so well with awards and a place to go have resources and learn. So that's a great place to get started and understand it more.
Definitely. Well, I definitely want to thank you again for all that valuable information. I will personally be reaching out to you.
Anytime. All right.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Have a good one. And Genius is coming, and we'll catch you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics.
See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Lex Sales, and I'm your business moderator this afternoon for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower and inspire, educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Tanji Kamiko. She's a Christian minister, speaker, author who prioritizes transformation over information. Her mission is to help people heal from the past hurts to achieve their optimum personal and business success. Tanji is the founder of Word-Based LLC, a production company that creates uplifting and inspirational content for Christian women entrepreneurs. I present to you Miss Tanji Kamiko.
Hey there, how you doing, Lex?
I'm doing all right. How you doing today?
Doing great. Happy to be here.
That is good. That is good. And genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, sir. It was such a pleasure to see the voiceover actor speaking earlier. That really that tickled my fancy right there. That's my thing. That's my passion. That was the first business that I was able to start from scratch with no experience and become a six-figure earner. So I'm very excited about voiceover. And when I heard him playing his clips, I was like, you know what? I ain't here to talk about voiceover, but I think I might probably play a clip for y'all just so y'all can hear. This is one of the spots that I did for a vegan leather brand. It's about 30 seconds long, so we won't take too much time with it, but just because that's my passion and that's how I know business is possible and that's how I know genius is coming. Let me show you some voiceover work that I've done.
Coco Smith Luxe, where fashion meets ethics and where luxury is redefined. Step into a world of opulence, exclusivity, and sustainability. Each Coco Smith Luxe handbag is a masterpiece, crafted with precision and care using only the finest vegan materials. Coco Smith Luxe, where luxury and sustainability come together to redefine fashion. Join the movement and indulge in the extraordinary. Coco Smith Luxe, luxury redefined.
Luxury redefined. Now, I know I don't sound like that in real life because you're not getting all the nuances of the microphone. That's the beauty of voiceover. You get to snuggle right up to that microphone, and so you hear all of the delicate tones and intonations of the voice. It's just like talking directly to the listener's ear. So it's a beautiful thing. It's who you are magnified. And that's pretty much what business is. It's you magnified. Your principles, your integrity, or not so much, your consistency, your inconsistency, all those things come into play when you start talking about business. Today, we're going to talk about 4 key principles for the Christian entrepreneur, because I myself am a Christian and an entrepreneur. I also have a day job just because why not? It's only 5 hours a day, and it also takes care of all of the business portions of what I'm doing financially. My voiceover job helps me to invest in new businesses and other ventures that can, help me to create legacy income. The 4 business principles we're going to talk about today are produce, reproduce, distribute, and dominate. Those are the 4 principles we're going to talk about. And those are principles that I got from a mentor of mine called Miles Monroe. You may be familiar with him. He's a great speaker, minister out of the Bahamas, passed away a few years back with his wife. They perished in a plane crash. But the wisdom that comes out of my brother was amazing. And so I just want to continue and carry on his legacy of excellence. But the problem that we often face in business is that we don't know what problem we're solving. If we could just, first of all, narrow that down and determine as a business owner, or even as someone who is just beginning to think about starting a business, what problem do you want to solve? Because we have so many people who are out here giving information. It's a ton of information. You can go to any platform and get information. YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, CNN is online. Information is not necessarily the problem that needs to be solved. You have to figure out how you can focus your information to solve a very specific problem. That's going to get you to a place where you are not only just out here running a business, but actually making a difference in the culture and making a difference in people's lives, because that's the problem I want to solve. I want to help people, especially business owners, especially Christian business owners, especially Black Christian business owners, especially women Black Christian business owners, understand how to solve problems, so that they can focus and actually make a change and not just be a mediocre business owner. We have tons of mediocre business owners. Tons of folks who, that's the thing about social media. Anybody can be anything they want to be. You can pretty much just go get a filter, make yourself look great, but you don't even have to put on a suit. Somebody met that need. Somebody said, people can't afford headshots. So I'm going to develop an AI program that will allow them to take their regular picture, upload it into my software, and now I can dress them. I can make their face look completely made up. They solved a problem. So that's why you can see AI in all different facets is exploding. But this is one particular instance that really is very successful. Filters. I don't know who started the filters. It may have been, what's the ghosty looking one? I can't remember the little ghosty one. I can't think of the name of it. But of course, there's Instagram. They have filters. And then gosh, what is the name of it? I can't believe, because that was the first one that had all the fun filters. You see the people with the puppy dog ears and the little halo of flowers. Filters is big business because everybody wants to appear to be different. I won't say better, different than what they actually are. And so not only are we using filters for our selfies, we're using filters in business as well. I have no need to flex about who I am. I only let you hear the voiceover because that's a passion of mine. It's still a passion of mine to this day. And I'll probably keep doing that even when I'm, I don't need to do it anymore, just because it's such a passion to be able to lend your voice to someone else's vision and help their vision come to pass. That's great. But yeah, I want to cut that out. That's not what I want. I would love to help people really focus on the problem that they're solving so that they can be better than mediocre, so that their brand will precede them. Because a lot of us don't even understand what it means to have a brand. When you think of Kellogg's, what comes to mind? cereal. They do other things, but cereal comes to mind. Of course, the big ones like Nike, you think of shoes, but of course they have other things as well. McDonald's, right? These are brands. They focused their niche, they solved a specific problem, and they created a brand. And not just any brand, a very successful brand. And in order for us to do the same thing, we've got to do the same thing. You understand? A lot of us have the website, we have the colors, we have the logo, we have the business cards, but we still don't have a brand. A brand is not those things. It's not your theme song, it's not your motto, it's not your mission. Your brand is simply who you are and what you do. It's who you are and what you do. So if you can niche that down, what do I do? Who am I? What problem do I solve? It's as simple as that. All the other stuff is surface, it's cosmetic. It's not necessarily your brand. It's your reputation. It's what comes to mind when I hear your name. Just like when I say Kellogg's, you immediately, your mouth starts to water. You think about cereal, Frosted Flakes, whatever you like, whatever your cereal is. General Mills, everybody don't eat Kellogg's. So General Mills, okay, for the Cheerios folks. And I hope I got that right. But anyway, your brand is who you are and what you do. And it's what comes to mind when I hear your name. Your brand represents your purpose. It represents your values. It represents your personality. It represents your expertise, whatever it is that makes you unique. That's what your brand is. Whatever you do, whatever comes to mind when I hear your name. And I think we have to go ahead and settle it in our minds that we don't get a chance to necessarily say what our brand is. Like you may be thinking, well, my brand is, I don't know, pink unicorns and purple horses. But if the consumer sees you as the funny person, as the comedian, as the like he was saying today on his Instagram, if he has pictures of breakfast, this was Mark Neely speaking earlier about his Instagram being a platform for business. If he has pictures of breakfast, and people want to see your life, but that shouldn't be the highlight. You know what I mean? That should be a little behind the scenes peekaboo. You know what I mean? So you have to make sure that what they're seeing is consistent with what you're projecting. I can't project myself as a voiceover artist if all you see is cycling and breakfast and my hair and whatchamacallit, all these different random things. It's okay to have a nice little sprinkle of those things, but you have to determine what your brand is, focus down and stay right on that track in order for it to be successful. Ask me how I know. Okay, thank you. So with focus brings success. It also brings a uniqueness to you because, social media has no rules. You put whatever you want, whenever you want. So when I see someone on social media who is organized, who is consistent, who is focused, and who is not just giving information, but is actually giving ways to help change my life, things that I can actually practice, they're going to get my attention. So that's how you rise above being mediocre. It's by offering something that is very specific, something that is very helpful, and more than just information, things that can help people transform, because like I said, information is not unique, especially in this day of AI, artificial intelligence, in case you aren't familiar. You can get, wow, I have so many stories about AI, things that I have done with it. You can type in different prompts. It's called prompt engineering. This is how they're meeting a need. So I'm still on topic for all of those who are confused. I'm still on topic. They met a need. They have a lot of people out here, a lot of talking heads who don't know the science or the skill behind what they're trying to suggest. And so they said, well, let me meet a need. Let me bring in a source that's a little bit more personal than Google that you can use in order to craft stuff to make a business with. For example, life coaches can go in there and develop a whole online program just by engineering the right prompts or typing in the right things to get the right result. You can do it as a coach. You can even break up with your boyfriend if you know the right prompt. Write me a prompt. And I've done it. Write me a prompt to respond. And let this perfect example. I had a voiceover client who wanted a discount. I don't give discounts. I charge my worth. And I wanted a way, because I've said it so many different ways, so many different times. I was a little tired and just like, let me get AI to answer. So I typed in something, respond to this in the negative. I gave the message that they sent me. Respond to this message in the negative. Be professional, be polite, be considerate. That's what I put. And it gave me a really well-crafted response. It was so considerate. I wish I had it in front of me. I would read it to you. But I was just like, wow, it solved the problem for me. Hey there, Dr. Kelly. Bye, Dr. Kelly. It solved a problem for me. And I really appreciated that. So that's why I don't mind now paying for the mobile form of AI, because you have to pay for the little mobile one that you can use, because OpenAI is free. But if you pay for the mobile one, then that's a need that's been met that you don't mind paying for. Why? Because it met a need, right? So that's what you need to do. You need to do what you like, do what you do well, do what someone else needs, and do what someone will pay you for. And like where those things intersect, that's where your business is gonna fall. Something you like, something you do well, something they need, something they'll pay for. That's where your business is gonna fall. And I hope y'all can follow me, because as you can tell, my brand is my personality. I'm very all over the place. But stay with me, we're gonna go somewhere. So a perfect world would be everyone knowing exactly what they offer, specializing in that thing, not necessarily being the expert, but doing it well enough to meet the needs of the audience. That would be the perfect world, where when you say that name, when you say Dr. Kelly, you know exactly what that brand is. When you say Tanji Kamiko, you know exactly what that brand is. The reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I am currently rebranding myself. Like I said, the first business that I started was in voiceover, and it was very successful. And the only thing about it is it keeps me in the studio. It keeps me in the closet. And I'm very much a people's person. So I want to be out and about, talking with people, changing lives. I'm a minister. I want to touch and feel my people. When I say that, I mean like be in communication with them, be in fellowship with them. I don't want to be locked away in a box. My entire career in media has been locked in a box. I've done sound production for CNN for 13 years. I am currently doing sound production for the Weather Channel. And you sit in a very isolated place. And that's not what I want to do for ministry. And it's not what I want to do for the rest of my life. It's funny, though, that voiceover puts me right back in a similar box situation. But now I'm rebranding myself as a public speaker and also as an author. I have a new book that I just released, and it's targeted towards women Christian entrepreneurs. It's called Wholehearted Hustle. It's a great book. It's on Amazon. You should check it out. And as a matter of fact, these business principles are outlined in that book. They're in the hands chapter, Show Me the Money chapter, where we talk about the nitty and gritty of business. Matter of fact, let's read from the book. It says, I specifically encourage believers because we have an unfair advantage in business. We are kingdom financiers. We must learn to embrace the business benefits of God's favor. This is the fun part about talking to Christian business owners, because we share the best secret sauce on this side of creation, God's leadership. Now, let's get to the business of making it do what it do. The business of business. My brother and virtual mentor, Dr. Miles Monroe, broke down the godly principles of the business model in 4 steps. Number 1 was produce. Number 2, reproduce. Number 3, distribute. Number 4, dominate. And he pulled these principles from Genesis 1:28. That verse says, then God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. So Dr. Monroe basically took that scripture and extracted 4 principles of kingdom business. Just a moment. In Genesis, there's such thing as the law of first mentions, meaning that the first time something is mentioned, it's usually a kingdom principle being established. So I can understand why he would say this would be a business principle or business kingdom principle. If you look at the 4 words, they're pretty simple. Now I hope this isn't there we go. You got produce, reproduce, distribute, and dominate. And that's a whole lot coming out of one verse in the chapter. Because a lot of times when we think of being fruitful, we think about having babies. And of course, it was talking about that, but because it's a principle, it can not only be applied to that situation, but you can take it and apply it to multiple situations. That's what principles are. So it's not just having babies. That's one form of producing. But another form can be making candles, making body butters, developing a law firm, whatever your niche is, creating voiceovers for people who need voiceovers. That's another way to produce. That's another way to be fruitful. So I can see where he got that from. You can also make a burger. You know, a good burger is a good way to reproduce or to produce. Make a burger that's of excellent quality and master the skills, techniques, and system in order to reproduce. So once you have produced something, let's say I produced this marker here, and I finally got it just right. I've got it to the point where it's going to meet someone's need. It's affordable, and it's also quality. Doesn't necessarily have to be different. There are many markers, but this one is my marker. This one is special because it came from me. None of these other brands can be me. Only I can be me. I've got it to the point now where it's meeting the need, and it's at the point where I can reproduce it. Now that I understand how it works, I understand how to make it and how to make it so that it's going to meet your need. Now it's time for me to make more, because if I can make this one perfect marker and sell this one perfect marker, it's not going to really bring a profit to me. It's just going to be one thing. So after you produce, after you have crafted what's needed for the market, now you need to learn how to reproduce it. Is it a tangible physical product, or is it a digital product? I was so happy to sit down and write one book that now can become 4 digital products. Well, it can become three digital products and 1 hard product. I got the paperback copy. That's one. I've got the digital, like ebook Kindle thingy. That's another. Then I've got the audiobook form that I'm going to voice myself, of course, being the voiceover artist. And then I have the hardcover. Okay, so that's two physical and two digital products out of one item. It's like taking this marker and splitting it into 4 different products and distributing. So not only did I produce, but I found a way to reproduce. And that's just one way to reproduce, by making it physical and also making it digital. You can also reproduce by having 1,000 of these, or 10,000 of these, or 100,000 of these. That's another way to reproduce, you know? So you produce your item, and then you reproduce your item. Once you make it excellent, then make more of them. And then that's how you get your products. So now you've got your products, you've got the shelves in the garage full of your products, in the dining room or whatever, but we're gifted. So we don't have to dwell on the production part of it too long. We lose the battle when it comes to profiting from our creativity. That's the problem. We have the creativity, but we don't often get paid for it. I think about my sisters in the salons. They stand on their feet all day, and I don't feel they make enough money. You know, a lot of salons, depending on what they're doing, they may charge a lot of money. But when you're trading time for money, I'll talk about that later. Time for money is just not the most efficient way to make money. And that's what I'm doing as a voiceover artist. And that's why I've decided to rebrand myself as not only voiceover, but I also want to be an author. I am an author and a public speaker. As an author, I sat down one time, and I don't have to invest any more time in that particular product. That product will go out now on its own and bring increase or bring finances back to me. So I traded a little time for a lot of return, as opposed to every time. Imagine if I could only write one book at a time and I couldn't print them off, and I had to write it every single time. I would have to trade that time for that little bit of money, so it wouldn't quite pay off. So that's the blessing in reproducing. You're able to do it one time, reproduce it, and now that one time pays off. Okay? So multiplying is another way to say reproduce. Once you master it, do it again and again and again. You don't have to make something different. Make one thing amazingly well and then distribute it. Now, we're talking about distribution. So we've gone through producing and reproducing. Next, is a distribution, which is real easy today. Distribution, Amazon proved that. You know, we were all locked in our houses. Amazon, don't worry, I got you. Amazon said, hey, I'll have it there. What you want? A banana, 2 hammers, and a donkey tooth? I got you. Give me 2 days or give me 4 hours or whatever the highest speed is, and I'll have it right on your front door. That's distribution or distributing. So all these things you got stored around you on your shelves, you got to get them out of your house and into the hands of someone who needs it. That is the essence of distribution. McDonald's did it when they started, right? That's another brand. They pioneered the mass production of hamburgers and can still boast the numbers today. They hit 100 million burgers sold in 1958, 700 million by 1962, and the billionth burger was sold in 1963. This was before I was even born, and they were already dominating like that. They stopped officially keeping count around 1994 at the over 99 billion served. We've all seen that. But a rough estimate of their numbers today would be about 300 billion. 300 billion burgers. They dominated. Here are some practical ways you can distribute your goods and your services. Of course, I've already mentioned Amazon. That's e-commerce. You have Amazon, you have eBay, you have Shopify. There are so many different ways, and we're all familiar with these ways. There's also social media. You can create a business page on social media. Entrepreneurs can reach a worldwide audience by building a loyal following, by sharing photos, videos, and information about their products and services. And none of this is new to you. You're probably watching this on social media right now. You also have on-demand delivery, like Uber Eats. I did an ad for them, as a matter of fact. Grubhub, Postmates, all of these delivery services, you can partner with them and have them deliver your food, your amazing vegan burger, right? And then there's another form of on-demand services. Could be like consultations. You could schedule, have phone consultations. And this is one of the things AI is helping with too. If you're a life coach and stuff like that, or a financial coach, and you don't have all of the latest information, well, AI is like 2 years behind, but it can help you develop advice based on, stats from 2 years ago, but it can help you develop consultation advice. It's meeting a need. So I'm not mad with it. So now we'll move to the final point for our business, our entrepreneurs, which is, do you remember? Dominate. I think we get a little intimidated by dominating because of the imposter syndrome. You feel like, how could I dominate anything if it's just me? It takes time. I think it's a fair statement to say that Amazon has dominated the e-commerce market, right? Amazon didn't start that way. As we all know, Amazon started in a garage. Do you have a garage? Do you have somewhere you can go to sit, think of a problem to solve, and focus? If you do, one day you can dominate. The King James Version of dominate is have dominion. You can dominate too if you focus long enough to do it. I'm an award-winning voiceover artist, but I shut all that down to focus on writing this book. I want this book to be successful, and I know the power of laser focus. Focus is one way to dominate, but let's really take some time and delve into a very important part of domination, of market domination, and that's branding. Like I just talked about earlier, your brand, a strong brand, can help a small business differentiate itself from competitors and establish a loyal customer base. Your brand is who you are and what you do. Your brand is who you are and what you do. I'm going to say it again because we still out here getting logos and websites and all these brand colors, and it's not that. Your brand is who you are and what you do. If you had some paper, I would tell you to write this down. Hi, my name is blank, and I help blank to blank by blank. I probably should have put that on my board. Basically, that's a brand statement. Hi, my name is Teji Kamiko, and I help entrepreneurs who are struggling with emotional trauma to heal so that they can be creative through forgiveness or through consulting God or whatever it may be. Basically, it says who you are and what you do. Hi, my name is blank, and I help blank. Who do you help? Who do you help? What problem are you solving to do blank? So this is a part of the problem, Seesaw. I help people who are overweight to lose weight. I help people who are struggling with emotional trauma to heal from that trauma. You see what I'm saying? I help blank to do blank by blank. So I help people who are overweight to lose weight by learning how to eat for their blood type, or learning how to eat in a way that's low fat to help their cholesterol or what have you. You know what I mean? So it's a three-pronged problem-solving system. But that branding statement is key. If you can sit down with yourself tonight, get a good old cup of tea, and figure out who you are, first of all, and what you do and how you do it, that'll be the catalyst for the success of your business and starting over. Your brand, as I said before, is not your slogan. It's not your colors or your theme song. Your brand is what comes to mind when I hear your name. And the reason why I'm talking about this twice is because all the entrepreneurs I have talked to have been so excited about their social media, so excited about their website, so excited about, but I'm like, well, what problem do you solve though? Oh, I help everyone. No, you don't. You don't help everyone. You have a very specific audience that you're trying to reach. As a voiceover artist, I don't help everyone. I help everyone with a business who needs to market that business and who has the money or the time in order to invest in getting a voiceover artist. You know, it's very, you have to be very careful with that, because I did it. We've all done it. When I started a podcast a few years ago, one of my, I go to a great church, New Life Church of Decatur, and the music director was impressed. He was like, you have a podcast? And I was like, yeah, I have a podcast. He was like, man, who is it for? Who's the audience? And I was like, oh, everybody is the audience. He was like, no, ma'am, everybody is not the audience. And that was the main reason why my podcast never took off, because I was talking to everybody. So who listened? Nobody. I had one person in Australia who listened, and I had like 3 people in the US who listened, because it wasn't meeting any specific needs. It was just a bunch of happy talk, and it helped no one. So once you figure out what your brand is, once you figure out what your purpose is, that will help you figure out what your brand is. That echoes your values, is going to echo your personality, your expertise, and whatever else makes you unique. What a reputation is to a person is what a brand is for a business. It's the perspective that the customer has of you, and this is key, not that you have of yourself. You've got to make sure when you're crafting your brand that you're crystal clear about who you are and what you do, because the customer's idea is what's going to make or break your brand. I can say all day I'm voiceover, but if nobody out there sees me as voiceover, nobody out there is going to hire me. You know, branding takes time. It also takes a relationship. It's built on trust. What is your perception of yourself? How do you see yourself? And you got to be honest about it. That can be hard sometimes. Now, after you've been honest with yourself and you see how you see yourself, you have to ask yourself, how do I want my customer to see me? How do I want my customer to see my business? Write down 6 or 7 statements that are true to your brand or true about you. Either one of those work. You know, in my book, I deal all about self-confrontation. It's really hard to look in the mirror at yourself and be honest about what you see. You know, a lot of that plays from our childhood. I won't get into all of that. But even just knowing that you deserve to take up space in the business environment will help you a lot. Because a lot of us as children were told, sit down, be quiet, hush, don't go over there, don't touch that, don't do this, don't do that. So we just kind of shrank down inside of ourselves, and we don't know how to take up space. You know, I tried doing sales. I don't know if anybody is familiar with the crazy rap thing. Some of the ladies, I see some ladies in the back, they know. But the crazy rap thing was this health thing, had eucalyptus on it, and you would put it on your stomach, and it was supposed to help your stomach go down. And I really hated going up to a strange woman saying, hey, have you heard of that crazy rap thing? Because I just didn't feel like I deserved to get her attention or to stop her while she's going on her day. A lot of that stuff comes from childhood. Not to say I had bad parents, but at the same time, we weren't taught how to be emotionally intelligent sometimes in our homes. So we weren't taught the difference between discipline and diminishing, you know, and there's a big difference there. But to get back on track, in order to dominate, you've got to be confident enough to know that you deserve to take up space in the marketplace. Your business is worth it. Your brand is worth it. Your company is worth it. Your products, your services, they're worth it. And that can only be decided once you realize that it's worth it. Once you've invested the time to develop the skill, invested the time to know your market, to know your customer, what their needs are, the best way to help. Once you've invested all those things, then you feel comfortable saying, I deserve to be here. You can walk into the room knowing that you deserve to be in that room and in that space. But domination requires brand clarity. You need to define who you are and what you do, the specific service you provide, and who you provide it for. So there's a certain thing called brand specialization. I don't know if you've ever heard of the purple cow, but that is something I want to say that Sam Chan said it, but Sam Chan heard somebody else say it. I just can't remember who he quoted. I heard Sam Chan say it. He is a life coach, or he used to be a life coach. Not sure what he's doing right now. Really good guy. But he introduced the concept of the purple cow to me. And that falls, like I said, under brand specialization. How do you stand out? How is my marker better than their marker? I bring my own unique style to this and my own unique knowledge to this. But how is it better? It's got to be better. Look at the top. Look how this top is shaped, right? It's better. You've got to find something unique about your product. When you're not using it as a top, you can use it to kind of, like hold your nails on. If you got a nail that's broke, it can protect your finger. You got to have something that's unique about your marker, right? Maybe it doesn't have the odors that most dry erase markers have, or maybe it has a particularly fragrant odor. It's got to be something about your product that makes it a purple cow, that makes it stand out from the crowd. That's brand specialization. And this is another thing. This is just a self-esteem pro tip for you. You are unique. The fact that you are unique makes you a purple cow. Okay. But when it comes to products and services, there are 55 brands of marker. There's only one you. There's only one you. So your product definitely has to have something unique about it. But you in and of yourself are unique, and that makes you stand out. So, and another thing, your story. I know I'm all over the place, but I'm just going to say what pops in my heart. Your story is not normal. Somebody needs to hear your story. I don't know who else wants to be a speaker out there, but somebody needs to hear your story. You may think, oh, this is regular, this is average. It's not. Your story is not. Somebody needs to hear that, and you need to not be afraid to share that. Like I said, you have to know that you deserve to take up space. Okay. Speaking of taking up space, another part of branding is visibility and consistency. And that's something that we often fall out on. Your visibility and consistency will always increase your credibility. Think about social media. Think about the folks who post about everything and anything. You never know what you're going to get. And think about the folks who have a very specific thing that they post. If I'm feeling down, I know I can go to InstaQuotes. I know I can go to this certain site and, get something to kind of get me on my feet for my day, because they're consistent. They're always posting about something that's going to help me in this area. They're meeting one particular need. So that's another way you dominate, by being visible and being consistent. You'll be surprised at how quickly people forget you have a business. I made a hard decision. I'm going off of some of my social media for the month of July, and I was so torn. I was like, Lord, they're going to forget that I have a business, because if you're not posting and talking about it, people don't care. People don't care about you. You've got to care about you. You've got to make sure that you're visible, make sure that you're consistent, because folks have stuff to do. They don't have time to look for you and wonder where you are and all this kind of stuff. But I'm going off to, like I said, rebrand. It's a lot of studying I need to do. And I have been spending a lot of time making content. I'm going to continue to make content, but I'm not going to worry about posting it so much, so that I can focus on, rebranding and shifting and everything. But when I come back, it's going to be hard and it's going to be strong. It's going to be fast. But I've got to make some videos. I've got to get my teaching game up. I've got to learn how to do some public speaking. So I got to go away just for a minute to take a little summer vacation and hone my skills, because I want to dominate. And in order to dominate, you've got to do that. You've got to make that sacrifice. So again, by consistently delivering on your brand promise, what's your brand promise? Who you are and what you do. You can create a reputation for quality, reliability, And that can help to attract new customers and retain existing customers. And of course, word of mouth travels. When I hear about something good, I'm gonna tell somebody else, right? But I won't tell them if the brand isn't credible. So you're gonna create authority, and you're gonna create credibility in your marketplace by giving value. You've got to give value. You should want everyone walking away feeling full. Don't waste people's time. And again, I'm all for transformation over information. Yes, yes, yes. So we're going to try to be very clear with innovation. Don't be so stuck in the way you've always done things. A lot of people are frustrated about AI. It's all right. It's okay. AI is not going to replace people, but people who know how to use AI are going to replace people. So keep that in mind. As long as you hide your face from it, you're going to be at the disadvantage. I say dive in. It's free. Don't put your personal information on there, but dive in and play with it a little bit. Be familiar with it, and you'll be surprised just by playing with it for an hour. It'll make you more of an expert than probably 50% of the people that you work with. So don't hide from it. Be innovative. Even your small business can grow and dominate a certain area of the market by embracing innovation, staying ahead of the curve, keeping up with current technologies and emerging trends. Your business can develop new products or services that meet evolving customer needs or preferences. This is what's going to make you a purple cow. This is what's going to make me choose you over them, because I can send you a text where I got to go and open my email and log in and try to figure out what their email address is. And it's just a little bit more inconvenient. So I'm going to choose you because that's how lazy we are. So we got to accept that and go with it. Developing new products or services to meet your evolving customers' needs and preferences can help to establish your business as a leader in the industry and attract customers who are looking for cutting-edge solutions. Nobody wants to be left behind. Everybody wants to have the cutting edge. I want to feel like they're on the edge of what's happening right now. I'm going to end with this story right here. I recently opened up, I don't know if you've heard of Roblox, but Roblox is a game. It's probably been out forever, but I just heard about it in the last year or so because I have nieces and nephews between the ages of 7 and 9. And so they've been playing Roblox, and every time they get together, they huddle around with their iPads and they're playing this virtual game. It's called a role play game where you become a character in the thing and you do stuff. You go to the store and you shop and you go to the beach and you're just the most boring life ever. But the fact that you can create or choose where you live, choose where you go, choose the car you drive, you can choose the clothes that you wear. I mean, it's like unlimited resources, right? So they enjoy that game. And I had just been kind of side-eyeing them for the longest. Then I decided, I was like, wait a minute, let me create a Roblox profile. I hope I'm saying that right. Roblox profile, and get in there and play the game with these kids. And it has really been, it's just been really eye-opening. Like, wow. So this is what toy creators are doing now. Instead of pushing trucks along the street and riding your bikes and getting on your roller skates, you're sitting in front of an iPad playing role play games. And you have all these little animated avatars that are doing all the things we used to do in real life. They're riding their bikes, they're on roller skates, they're in the water, on the beach. I'm like, why don't you just go to the beach? Let's go to the beach. Put the iPad down and let's go to the beach. But when you can't go outside, you can still go outside because somebody said, you know what, let's give these kids a virtual world to play with. Let's meet this need. And these kids, the reason why I'm even bringing it up is because they are glued to their devices trying to play this stuff. I mean, you have to pry them off, even when they're all in the same room together. And when they're not in the same room, they call each other and put each other on speaker so they don't have to use the chat, and they play Roblox. Roblox met a need. And so I'm just encouraging you to do the same thing, meet a need, and you'll be surprised at how you can dominate the market. And remember, what are our 4 principles? Produce, reproduce, dominate, distribute, dominate. That's it. Distribute and then dominate. And you can do it because you're a genius. And one more thing I want to say as far as being a genius. Being an entrepreneur has been the most spiritual experience for me. Welcome back, Lex.
How you doing?
All right. It's been so spiritual because it has helped me to really deal with a lot of wounds and scars that I had carried and covered up personally. When somebody rejects you, for example, when I audition for a voiceover gig and I don't get that voiceover gig, if I'm not careful, I can take it personally. But being a genius, you understand that they're rejecting the business and not rejecting you. Your business can fail, you'll still be a genius. Your marriage can fail, you'll still be a genius. Whatever. You are not what you do. You are not a human doing. You're a human being.
All right. Well, I definitely do appreciate that information. Great information. I just want to give you a shout out on that commercial. That was wonderful. I like that.
Thanks.
Definitely. So, Ms. Kimiko, what's the best way to contact you via social media?
Tangi Kimiko. Tangi Kimiko on Instagram. TangiKimikoVO.com is my website. And awesome. TikTok, I'm Tangi Kimiko as well.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors to go to college K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund, and we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2023. We have NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shandy Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is a $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I Have a Dream Home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidney. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith. The NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Lex Sales, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate about Black businesses, about business. Our next speaker is Aida Correa Jackson, is a national and international speaker, workshop facilitator. As a seasoned professional, she works to cultivate diversity, equity, and inclusivity where art and technology meets. She's an instructor at Lenore Ryan University, teaching inclusivity, diversity, and equity from a web and other technological platforms, including the metaverse. Aida is also a multimedia artist with a passion for empowering individuals from all walks of life through her art, writing, poetry, and creativity. As a part of the Extreme team, she and her husband, William Jackson, seek to promote the importance of STEM and STEM cell careers for youth, teens, adults, and young adults. There are parents providing educational workshops in both in person and virtually. I present to you Aida Correa Jackson.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
That's good. All right, well, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. So I'm so excited to be here today. We're going to be talking about, for those of you who feel like you have a talent or something that you would just like to get out there. Maybe you already have a business and you're already showcasing your talents. But what I really want to talk to is those of you who may not have a business, or maybe you want to showcase a new talent. That's what we're here to talk about today, and I'm really excited. So I'm so grateful to Dr. Kelly for giving me this opportunity to be here with you today. So the first thing I want to start with is, if you've heard me speak before, especially along the lines of what I do and who it is that I help, beyond all the things you heard in my bio, I am a life coach, and I am a creativity life coach, which means that I help people to look at life in a new creative way, especially as an artist. That's how I've lived my life. I tell people, never underestimate the power of your own story. My own story, I started out my career as a fashion designer. I went to fashion design school, and I started my own fashion design business. And that's what I did for a very long time. So when that became, that was that was a long time ago. So back then there was a recession. And what I found was that while I was using my talents, I wasn't enjoying what I was doing anymore. So I had to, what they say is called pivot. So I had to change what I was doing and move in a different direction. Now, I'm going to share with you a part of my story that oftentimes people don't get to hear. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and we grew up in a pretty, not poor neighborhood, but a fairly poor neighborhood. And unfortunately, there's a lot that goes on in those neighborhoods. And I knew that I was smart and talented. My mom was a stickler on education, so I did well in school. My mom went to school as she was older, so she also did well while she was in school and in college. But she was a single mom raising 4 children. So when I was on my own, and I went to college for for fashion design, and when I was on my own after my fashion design business failed, I felt like a failure. And I felt like, wow, I'm smart, I'm talented, but what am I going to do? And I know that oftentimes, especially when I'm speaking with my own clients, they're like, I know I have talent and I know that I can do things. I just don't know how to get started. Well, I will say this. Number one, it's a great thing. If you know you have talent, that's an excellent thing. Many people I speak to will say to me, I don't have any talent. I don't have any artistic talent. I don't have anything that's sellable. I don't have anything that people are interested in. I want to start there. Let's start with, what do you have? Who are you? Because that, like I said, don't underestimate the importance of your story. My story got me to where I am here today, right? So I will share that as we go along. Like, what did I do along the way? But your story got you to where you are today. And you can make some new decisions to get you to a new place. Now, maybe your talent is being an artist. The young man in the commercial that came on before I came on was saying that his genius is being a poet. What is your genius? I love that genius is common. What I tell people, when you think about a person who's a genius in their field, it's not that they're extra talented or extra smart or extra. What they normally are when they're considered a quote unquote genius is creative. They think outside the box. They're doing what other people are doing, but they're doing it in a different way. Now, you don't have to have all this creativity and be an artist and be a poet or a writer. You just have to look at what it is that you do and what do you do that's different. And I will tell you what you do that's different. Being you. No one else can be you. That is the most important thing. You and I can do the same exact thing, but you and I are going to do it differently because you are who you are and I am who I am. When people say, well, there's already people out there and they're already doing this and I'm not something special, and no, I want you to think about this. Yes, there may be other people that are doing it, but think about, this is the best way I tell people on entrepreneurs. Think about going down the bread aisle, right? So when you're going down the bread aisle in the supermarket, there are like, I can't even, let's say 13, that would be a low number, 13 different types of bread, and they all get sold. Why? Because some people like Wonder Bread, some people like another type of bread, some people like honey bread, and some like it with multigrain. It doesn't matter. They're all selling bread, but each one is selling it in their own way. And there may be 5, 6, 7 different types of white bread. Why? Because each company has its own recipe and it tastes a little different. Then maybe they like the packaging better. Maybe they like the way they advertise it better. Maybe they want to support that company. The point being that each one is different. So it doesn't matter if you're thinking, well, my talent is something someone else is already doing. So what? You are you. And I want you to think about that when you're thinking about, what can I do? The other thing is, when you are trying to showcase your talents, when you are trying to maximize your potential, I don't want you to just think about what everyone else is doing, right? I want you to think is, what do I do really well? Sometimes when I speak with a client, they'll say, well, you know, I don't really do anything particularly well. And I say, well, think about this. I want you to think about, what do your friends say? Girl, you're such an amazing cook. Oh my goodness. I love coming to your house because you're a really good cook. Or maybe you're really good outside. Maybe you're really good with plants. Maybe you're good with yard work. Maybe you're a great decorator. When people come into your home, they think that you're really good with decorating. Believe it or not, maybe you're a really good cleaner. Maybe you're really good at cleaning. People think, oh, everyone can do that. No, everyone cannot do that. Everyone is not organized. Everyone cannot organize. Everyone cannot clean. That is not what I want you to think of. What is it that people say when they meet you? Excuse me. Maybe they say, I love the fact that you have such a great sense of humor, or that you're a great encourager. In my business, that's what I do. I encourage, I uplift, I enlighten. Sometimes people, when they come, they don't know what they want, so I enlighten them on some of the things that they can do. Those are gifts. Those are giftings that you may have. Whatever it may be, start to write that down. I want you to sit down and write down, I am really good at this. This is something I know I'm good at. And for those of you who feel like, well, I shouldn't brag on myself, yes, you should. Because if you cannot support yourself, if you cannot believe in what you're about to do, then how do you expect anyone else to believe in it? You need to start with number one, knowing you are talented. Genius is common. You have a genius in you. There is something about you that is so unique that you present it in such a way that people are like, wow, I like this. Even if you're an introvert, maybe your gifting isn't being in front of people, right? Maybe your gifting is being behind the scenes. I tell people we need people in front of the camera as well as those that are behind the camera. It isn't always about being seen. It's about what talent can you bring and bring it so well that people want to use that talent, whether it be for a job or for a business, right? So think about what is the the platform that you would like to do whatever it is that you do in, right? So I want you to think about, where would I want to do this? What is it that you would do and you would love to do it so much that you would do it for nothing? That's a great place to start. So think about, what do I do so well that people everywhere I go, they go, oh, you know what? You're a really good ball player, or you are really good at gathering all the kids together. Something about you, when you come around, the kids really sit and they listen. Maybe that's your talent. I want you to think about that. But then think about, where would I want to use this talent at? The Bible tells us that people without a vision perish, right? So my people perish without a vision. I want you to think about your vision, right? Where do I want to go? What is it that I want to do? And how do I want to do that, right? So we started first, beginning with my talent. What are the talents? What are the things that I do well? What are the things that people compliment me on? What are the things now I love to do? Right? So sometimes those are not always the same thing. Sometimes people will really compliment you and you're like, there's no way I will spend the rest of my life doing that. So in between those two things, the thing that you love to do and the thing you really do well, somewhere in that merge is who you are and what that genius is, what that talent is. And I want you to sit down and really think about that. This is not a time to kind of blow it off. Oftentimes when someone comes to me for coaching, I give them homework and I tell them, we will not go on to the next coaching session until you complete your homework. And homework always includes writing things down. And I don't like to write things down. I like to kind of keep it in my head. But I will tell you, as long as you're keeping it in your head, you are not going to move forward. It is good to put it on a piece of paper. Everywhere I go, I keep a notebook with me. And in that notebook, I write my ideas. I think about what it is I want to do. And oftentimes I will write down my vision. I want you to write down your vision. I want you to think about, who am I? Who am I? What is my story? What do I do well? What would I do if someone gave me a platform tomorrow? I would go ahead and I would do it for free because I love to do it so much. These are great ways to showcase your talents. So what's next? So I've done that, right? So now I've written everything down. I know what I am. I know, but okay, so that doesn't mean anything. I'm not going anywhere with just that. No, now I want you to put yourself out there, right? Now, if you've heard me talk before, I say, I do not chase, I attract. That means I'm not looking for you to go chasing people down and showing them, look, I do this. No. What I want you to do is start preparing. Start doing the very thing that you say you love to do. If you love to talk and you don't have a platform to talk in front of the mirror. Ask some friends to come over and say, listen, I wrote a speech. I want you guys to listen. If it's cleaning, offer your cleaning services. I know that oftentimes people only think about the money and they think about, I'm not doing anything for free. Well, money is an exchange and it is an energy, right? So I'm not going to chase anyone down to show them what I can do, but I am going to keep myself prepared and I'm going to work on and hone my own skills. And sometimes the way I need to do that is I need to offer my services for free. Now, I'm not saying offer all of your services for free. Sometimes you need to just offer some. I do a lot of volunteering in the community. My husband and I are STEM teachers. We are STEAM teachers, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. We offer classes for free in the community because we work with a lot of underserved communities, but we also offer our services for a fee. So, but when we began together, we began volunteering. There's nothing wrong with giving your time. I'm going to tell people, oftentimes when people say they want to be an entrepreneur, they want to get a website, but they want to see who would do it for nothing or next to nothing. Or they want to just go ahead and get started without doing any of the legal stuff. The beginning of being an entrepreneur, of getting your talents out there, of showcasing yourself is recognizing, am I prepared to be an entrepreneur? Entrepreneurship is not for everyone. Don't underestimate the value of a paycheck that comes every week. So if you're going to showcase your talents, start where you are. Start at home. Start at your job. If your genius is being an encourager, begin to encourage your coworkers. Cheer them on. Let them know they're doing a great job. I do that all the time. Even at I work part-time sometimes, and I'll cheer on my coworkers. I'll even cheer on my boss. Hey, I think you're doing a great job here. Thank you so much. Wherever I go, that's what I do. Do that. Whatever it is that you do. If you're an artist, start sharing your art online. There are many of platforms that you can share your art for free. Share a piece of artwork and give it away to someone. There is a platform on Facebook where there are artists that get together and they give away their art for free. Can you imagine that? They do. But guess what? People will look for them. They're like, I found this beautiful piece of jewelry, or I found this beautiful piece of artwork. I need to find this artist so that I can purchase other works by them. You don't know, by giving of yourself, by giving of your time, who might see you and say, now I want to pay you. Now, I know that most of us are inundated with things to do. Maybe you have a job. Maybe you do have a business already, and maybe you have family. You have things outside of the work that you do that you're doing. The most important thing for you to begin to showcase your talents, besides knowing what talents it is that you want to showcase, is making room for them. Now is the time for you to begin to make room in your life to say, I always wanted to be an artist. I'm going to make time to do this. So how do you do that? You may have to start with 10 minutes. 10 minutes a day in the course of a week is what? There's 7 days in a week. That's 70 minutes. That's an hour and 10 minutes a week of your time that you have spent focused and dedicated on the talent that you have. Because just because you know how to do something doesn't mean that you have mastery over it. And if you do have mastery over it, doesn't mean that you can't add to it. Whatever it may be, those 10 minutes can be focused on just that. I recommend 15 to 20 minutes. Now you have even more time. But just even if you start small, even if it's, if you've heard me before, I say micro steps, start with 10 minutes of your day. If the first 10 minutes will be writing it down, right? So we talked about writing stuff down. I'm going to spend 10 minutes of my day today writing down what it is that I do well. Okay? I'm going to tell you, you're going to start and then you're going to keep going, but that's okay. If not, do your 10 minutes and stop. And tomorrow say, what am I going to write down today? I'm going to write down all the things that I'm good at, or all the things that people give me compliments on. Great. But I also want you to write down all the things that bring you joy. They don't have to have anything to do with your talents. They don't have to do anything with what it is that you do well. Just 10 minutes of things that bring me joy. Because when you start writing these things down, you're going to start to see a pattern. You're going to see the things that bring me joy also fit in with the things that I do well. And if I can fit the things that bring me joy with something that I do well, that may be where your genius lies, right? So I want you to think about that. Just 10 minutes of just writing this down. So now on the next day, when you're doing 10 minutes, What do I need to do next? Where am I today? That if I wanted to showcase my talents, what would I need to do? So I'm going to start with being an artist. I told you that my background is in fashion design. That's where I started. But that wasn't really my goal. I wanted to be an artist. But I was really good at design and I learned to sew while I was in school. So I started a fashion design business, which was nice, except that I didn't enjoy it. I enjoyed the designing. I enjoyed the illustration portion, which was the art portion, but I didn't enjoy the business of it. The business of it was very stressful to me. And that's going back to what I said before. Entrepreneurship is not always for everyone. And the myth of entrepreneurship is I have a great idea. I'm going to put it out there and I'm going to make a lot of money and I'm going to retire early and I won't have to do hardly any work because I'm tired of doing my 9 to 5. I'm going to tell you, 9 to 5 is great. I actually owned a brick and mortar business and we'll talk about that in a moment. Being at a 9 to 5, going punching in and clocking out and going home and not having to think about that anymore is wonderful if that's what you want to do. Because if you're an entrepreneur, and I know many entrepreneurs here are listening and watching, your business is on your mind all the time. You are thinking about it all the time, either to improve it or thank goodness this worked or whatever it may be. In entrepreneurship, sometimes the money may be great, sometimes it's not. Now, I'm not saying there aren't people who do exceedingly and abundantly well and retire early, but most of them go on to another business. There is the spirit of entrepreneurship drives you, it moves you, you want to keep going. It takes risk, it takes being willing to let go. Sometimes you go into an idea, you get an idea in your mind, this is my business, this is what I'm going to do, and it's not profitable and no one wants it. Then what? Most people will keep going and go, no, no, no. Sometimes you need to step back and say, you know what, maybe this is not the time yet. Maybe I need to put this on hold and go on to something else, or maybe you should keep going on. That's the tricky part about entrepreneurship. You don't always know. So you have to be willing to take the risk. You also have to be willing to take the criticism. People think that, oh, if I have a great business and I'm making good money, everyone's going to love me. Everyone's going to love my business. No one's going to have anything negative to say. That's not true. If everyone loves you and you never have a complaint and no one has anything negative to say, and I'm not talking about just about your business, I'm talking about you in general, maybe you're not doing something right. I believe that's Jay-Z said that, right? If everyone loves you and you have no haters or you don't have anyone against you, maybe something's not right. Because normally you will have people say, you can't do that. That won't ever work. When you're writing down those things that you're really good at, or you're showing people what you're good at, some people are going to go, I don't like that. There's a woman, her name is Dita Von Teese, and she said, you could be the most succulent, most beautiful peach on the tree, and you'll still meet someone who doesn't like peaches, right? That's what I want you to remember. Whatever it is that you're good at, whatever it is that you're trying to push yourself forward to, remember, everyone is not going to love it. Everyone's not going to agree. You're going to get lots of people, well-meaning people. Oftentimes it's our family who will say, that's not really a good business. I don't really think that you're going to be really good at that. You know the best thing to say? Okay, thank you. I appreciate your feedback. And really listen to feedback. You don't have to accept it all. You don't have to take it all. But really listen. When someone says, you know what, I think you would be better at that, say, okay, write that down. Ponder on it a minute. And you can decide yes or no, or you can put it in the back burner and say, you know what, I'm going to think about that. Maybe later on we'll come back to that. I want you to not just dismiss people when they give you criticism. Now, we prefer constructive criticism or comments that are going to help us to think about what we're doing in a different way. But oftentimes people don't give it that way. They give it as criticism. And what you need to do is develop a strong skin and say, okay, thank you for your feedback. Write it down or ignore it, because sometimes you'll know when it's time to just ignore someone's feedback and say, you know what, I'm going to press forward anyway. So the other part of that is fear, right? So once people start giving criticism, you get a little pushback, or maybe you started that business or you started putting your art out there, and like I say, crickets, right? I'm putting my art out there, I'm putting myself out there, I'm putting my writing out there, I'm putting my ideas out there, and silence, nothing. No one is saying anything. So then you start thinking, well, maybe I'm not as good as I thought. Maybe no one wants what I have. Don't think that way. Fear is a terrible thing, and it'll be the one thing that'll cripple you and paralyze you. How do you know if you're operating in fear? You're not moving. You're not doing anything. You are thinking more about what could go wrong than what could go right. That's operating in fear. What else? You're thinking about, what are people going to say? Or I can't do this until I have all the information ever. So you start going online and you start consuming. I'm going to learn how to do this. And you're just consuming, but doing nothing. You're not taking any time. No, not the 10 minutes I told you, not 5 minutes, nothing. You're just consuming. No. I need to know everything. Oh, I can't do it until I go to school. If you're saying all of those things, this is fear. There are certain things that you may not be able to do professionally unless you go to school, like a doctor or a lawyer or some other profession. But some professions, you can at the very least begin the steps. And if school is a part of it, then look at schools. Not, I can't afford school, but how can I afford school? That's how you know you're moving in a direction that's going to push you toward showcasing those talents, right? So we want to eliminate the fear. We want to push away the naysayers. We already have a vision. We're clear what it is we do well, where it is that we would like to do it, how we would like to do it. I want to move forward in this direction. And then there's going to be something that's going to seem like, wow, I don't even see how that would work. Take a time out. That's right. Take a time out to just sit and envision, what does my life look like doing this thing? See yourself doing that thing. If you're an artist, I want you to see yourself painting that painting in the studio that you've always dreamed of, in the city that you've always dreamed of living. And I'm not talking about being, high hopes. I'm talking about something that you can visually see yourself doing, and then write that down, right? So now we have a vision clearer than the first vision. The first vision was like, I have an idea of what I want to do. This vision is about clarity. This vision is about, this is where I want to go, and this is what I want to do. And I'm going to do it in this place. Maybe not today, but I am going to do it. The one thing I want you to stop and not do, though, is the word someday, right? So there's a man, his name is Tony Robbins, and he says, someday is in a place called nothing, is in a place called nothing in a land called nowhere. We don't want to use the word someday over and over and over. So what I want you to do is that when you have that clarity of vision, give yourself a timeline. And maybe realistically to you, that timeline looks more like 5 years. Now you might say, I have no idea, Aida, how I'm going to do that in 5 years. Now you're talking about, I want to be an artist, or I want to be a writer, or I want to own this business, or whatever it may be. And you're telling me I can do that in 5 years. I'm saying, why not? If you do the work and you put forth the energy, then why not? Why can't you do it in 5 years? Now, you don't have to know every single detail of how that's going to happen. What you're doing is putting forth energy and saying, now I'm going to say, I know I've heard many believers here on this platform, so I feel free to share that I am a Christian. I feel wholeheartedly that God has placed within each and every one of us a vision of what our life should be, because we should be of service, right? So whatever it is you have is of service to someone. So when you say, okay, you know what? I received that vision. I'm going to do it. So now, Lord, I'm going to do my part, but now I'm going to let you do your part. I want you to think more about who it is you're serving. Now, you've already thought about who you are, what it is that you do well, how it is you're going to do it, and where you would like to do it. But the next step is, if you really want to propel yourself forward and really maximize your gifts and your talents, I want you to think about, who am I going to serve? There is someone out there who needs what you have and needs it in the way that you can deliver it. So as you can hear, or when you're listening to me, I am, I oftentimes people will say you're very soft spoken. I'm not a loud and excited person. I don't have like high energy where I'm in people's face. That's not who I am. But people who need to hear that encouragement and that enlightenment and that uplifting. My poetry, my art is feminine. It's women. You'll see flowers. You'll see women everywhere. That's who I serve. I serve women more than anything. Now, can men get something from what I'm sharing? Absolutely. And I sure hope if you're listening, you're getting something from this. But who I serve, who my goal is women and children. I love working with my husband. My husband is a teacher. His service is to young youth and young adults. That's who he serves. And he serves them so well that when we go out and we're doing things, little kids will come and follow him and they'll be like, Mr. Jackson. And I'm like, this is so cute. But you know what? I have been out with him, and grown adults who he served many years ago will say, thank you. I was in your classroom and I have learned so much that now I've applied what you've shown me and I'm using it. That's a different kind of life. If you go after the money, I'm not saying you won't get money, but money is not enough to propel you forward into your purpose. Money is not enough to keep you motivated on the days when you're frustrated. And maybe for some people it is. Maybe I've met people who are like, hey, as long as that paycheck is coming in, it's not enough for me. What motivates me, what propels me forward is, who am I serving? Remember when we talked before about not chasing, but attracting? When you start preparing yourself, when you start making room for the things that you do well, for the things that you want to do, and you feel that joy and you're excited, and you know what, even if it's 10 minutes of joy of painting or writing or whatever, and you're just doing it every single day, you put out an energy, a joyous energy around you that people are attracted to. And people will say, well, what is it that you do? And you'll say, you know what, I do, this is what I do. And I'm, like I said before about my story, when I started and moved away from fashion design, I really had to look at, what was it about what I was doing that I didn't like. And I realized that I was doing it, but I was doing it more for the money because the money was good. It wasn't enough. What I enjoyed more was not the fashion part, but it was the creation part. And I realized, you know what? I'm more of an artist than I'm a fashion designer. I like to create. As long as I'm being creative, as long as I can serve people with being creative, that's what brings me joy. So I decided I was going to move to Florida and become an artist. And when I got here, I didn't do anything. Now, I used to in New York would paint, but I would paint on furniture. And that was long before cell phones. So, you had a camera back then and you had film. And if you took pictures, you had to take the film to be developed. And, at the time, I didn't have the money to do all of that. So when I came here, I had no proof of who I was or what it is that I did or what art I made. And I remember praying one day and saying, Lord, I really want to do this. And I need you to open this door for me. And I remember hearing distinctly within me, if I open the door tomorrow, could you walk through it? And I thought about it and I was like, no, I can't. Because if someone had offered me an opportunity to showcase my work, I had no work to give them. I had no canvas painted. I had nothing done. I didn't have any artwork around me. I didn't have anything. And I said, you know what? On faith, I'm going to do exactly what I just told you guys to do. I'm going to write this goal down. I'm going to write down this vision. And I am going to make time every single day after work to come home and paint. And I did every day. And in faith, I went out and bought paint. I bought paintbrushes, canvas. I just said, you know what? I'm just going to put it out there. And if it's meant to be, then it'll be. And I did. And it took a year. But a year later, I sold my very first painting. And not to just anyone, but someone who was so excited about my work, she started telling other people. That's what could happen. This is not a fly by night experience. I have spoken to people over and over and over who said, I made a decision to live in my purpose, to serve others, to do what I love. And you may ask, how is it that art serves someone? My art, in my eyes, serves when people see it, they see themselves. When women see my work, I hear it over and over. I saw something of myself in that. And it made me feel beautiful. It made me feel alive. It made me feel energetic. It made me feel feminine. It made me feel sexy even. Okay, if you see that and that's what makes you feel, then it's a service. This is what you can do. And if you start putting that energy out there, and you will be surprised that when you start to just make a commitment to yourself and you decide, I'm just going to move forward, you can showcase those talents. You can maximize them. And sometimes, if you don't know, ask someone. Do you know? That's what I did. I went to local art stores and said, do you know any place where I can sell my artwork if I wanted to sell it? Do you know of art shows? Sometimes just $10. Remember, money is energy. You have to put out money. There's a saying that says money makes money, and the money makes more money. Sometimes you have to put out that money to go into an art show or join a group or whatever it may be so that you can put yourself out there. I want you to think about those things. I want you to say, what am I willing to not just do for free, but what am I willing to put my money into? What am I willing to put my time and energy into? And who am I willing to serve with all the giftings that I've been given? And when you begin to do those things, when you begin to move forward, when you say, I'm going to do it, even if nothing else comes out of it other than I gave my all, you'll be surprised who you'll meet. You'll be surprised what doors will open for you. You'll be surprised with what opportunities, and be aware and be open to those opportunities. They may not always come the way you think. Remember when I said before, when you're writing it all down, don't think about the how. Because if you say, the only way I'm going to do this is if, a multi-million dollar person comes through and offers me, $100,000 to start my business, then I'll know. No, it might be the local school that says, "Hey, can you come down here and teach a class? Or would you mind if we showcased your artwork?" I did a piece of artwork in a church one day, and the two ladies came up to me afterwards and said, we're about to start a women's group, and your artwork would be perfect as a logo. Okay, great. I didn't know that was going to happen. I just offered my time, and I offered my energy, and I offered my service, and they paid me for the artwork that I did while I was up there. You see what I mean? You don't know. And don't think the only way I'm going to do it is this. No. Now, you can be clear, I will not do XYZ. So that you should be clear on. But the other stuff, if you're open and you're willing and you just move forward, I'm going to tell you, part of my story is mine. But part of my story is, like I said, my husband. And my husband and I, when we came together, we did agree that we both love to volunteer. We both agreed that we wanted to be of service to our community. We serve each other, we serve our community, we serve our church. And in doing so, as you heard in my bio in the beginning, I am an international speaker. A lot of that started with service. It started with me volunteering. It started with him volunteering. He is also an international speaker. A lot of the speaking we did and do sometimes is for free. We just offering, just like today, offering the knowledge I have to serve you so that you can grow and you can be better. And nothing makes me happier than someone sending me an email or sending a message in one of the social media and saying, "Hey, I took your advice and it changed my life." Or "I took your advice and this happened to me and I didn't even know that it was going to happen, but I did it." there are free resources. Now, I did say that money was an exchange, but there are things that are available for free if you don't have a lot of money. Clubhouse is a social media app that you can download for free, and you can speak for free, and you can listen to other people speaking and sharing their knowledge for free, which is great. And Instagram is free. So if you are an artist, if you are a photographer, if you are a musician, this is an excellent platform for you to go on and share what it is that you do. Now, are there things that you can do to protect yourself? Sure, you can put watermarks, you can put copyrights, you can do all of that, but you can also just share the things you're willing to share. Pinterest is another one that's free. These are all social media platforms that you can join. All you need to do is provide your email address, and you can start sharing what it is that you do. And in doing that, TikTok is another one. I forgot all about that one. TikTok is another one. In doing that, you might touch the heart of someone who says, you know what? I love what you're doing. Would you mind being my mentor? Or, I love that piece of artwork. How much are you selling that for? Oh, that I love that beat that you just dropped. That is awesome. I need this for this next song that I'm doing. You just don't know. I mean, look at, I don't remember his name. Isn't that terrible? But the young man who did the country song, he did that on TikTok for free. And they made up a dance behind that song. And now he is famous for not just that song. Now he's a country singer. Who knows? You don't know. But the best thing to do is that if you're listening now and this has resonated with you, start today. That's what I want you to do. If you are a business owner and you want to pivot into something new, start today. Remember what I said, 10 minutes of your time. That's all we need. And that's all you need to make your life into the life that you love. So my name is Aida Marie Jackson. I own a company called Love Built Life, and that's what I do. I help people build a life they love. I appreciate being here on the Black Business Network and Dr. Kelly and all that they're doing, and all the speakers that come here. I actually listen to them. We had some phenomenal speakers yesterday, so I go back and I listen again. But I just want to thank you all so much for tuning in and listening. And I want to remind you that genius is common. And I will see you on the other side.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know. There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box. I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people. Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Hi, welcome to our virtual Derrick Automotive Experience Center here in beautiful Atlantic Station, located in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Derek Bailey, the founder of Derrick Automotive Technologies. Come in. Let me grab you a drink and tell you a little bit about our company. By the way, did you know that we have cocktail hours every other Friday evening from 7 to 10? And again on Saturday afternoons from 11 to 5? It's a good way to come in and learn about the company. You should stop by and bring a friend. So, let me tell you a little about us. Derrick Automotive is a company with a simple mission, which is to make electric vehicles more convenient for consumers by changing the way electric vehicles are recharged. Plug-in charging is really the only thing slowing the mass adoption of electric vehicles. And the adoption of electric vehicles is going to be so important to our battle with climate change. Derrick Automotive has a practical solution, which is to put a small generator that we call the Proteus into our vehicle. The Proteus' sole function is to convert fuel into electricity. But here's the key. It converts that fuel with a smaller carbon footprint than if that kilowatt hour was created at a power plant. And here's something else you might not know. When you create a kilowatt hour at a power plant, by the time they transmit that power down the power lines, anywhere from 15 to 40% of it could be lost. So, to plug millions of electric cars into the power grid and then lose 15 to 40% of every kilowatt hour of power that's created, in our opinion, doesn't make a lot of sense. With the introduction of our Proteus, where we can create that same kilowatt hour at the car, eliminate all those transmission line losses, and all at a carbon footprint that's on par with the power plant anyhow. So we bring convenience without increasing the carbon footprint. We allow vehicles to travel further and with less hassle, and since it's actually comparable to charging from the electric grid, why should consumers be inconvenienced? And we believe that once consumers are no longer inconvenienced, electric vehicles are going to take their place in the automotive sector.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero-emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek, modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derrick Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.